Hello, how are you guys doing? I am going to try to do a stream today, although I don't know how much my voice can take it, but we'll see. I'm recovering from the flu, so I caught that on Wednesday night last week. I was pretty much out of commission Thursday, Friday, part of Saturday, and then I was recovering Saturday, Sunday, and then still this morning. I can't shout, but I can still whisper. That's good. Uh, yeah, so anyway, today's stream number 115 in my little journey on Twitch. So if you haven't seen my channel before, I like to write things from scratch. A lot of it is in C++, and these days I'm trying to make a game out of that. It's a multiplayer game. So I'm going to be doing a lot of work on the server backend this month, and then hopefully have a nice platform for building a game on top of it. Today's subject is continuing what I was doing on Wednesday, which was denial of service mitigation. So the idea is that there might be some scripts out there, some attackers who want to deny my server's servicing of normal clients. Hey there, Ollie Monkey. Thank you for the resub. Hope you're doing well. So, attackers, how do we prevent them from kind of hosing up the game? So there's a lot of things that we can put in place pretty cheaply. We can't prevent hackers from taking the server down, but we can reduce the chances, reduce the damage they can do, increase the ability to recover, all these little things we can do. And this isn't even going into what I could do with a content distribution network, which I'm thinking about putting in now. So this is just when the site is just left open to the internet. We can still do a bunch of stuff, a bunch of low-hanging fruit, I guess is what you would say. So let me look at the plan from Wednesday. So we did a bunch of these things last time. We would drop a connection if the client didn't identify themselves as an admin or a player within a few seconds. If they tried to send a frame of data that was just too large, like try to blow our buffer, it would disconnect. Also, if they actually, I don't think we got to this. That's about as far as I did, right? Because that matches up to this. Oh, maybe I didn't do the frame too large either. I thought I did. Oh, I did, but I'm strengthening it. Now we're not just going to drop the connection, we're going to ban them. I realized that I had a ban hammer, so to speak, already coded up in my web server, and so we really do want to drop connections as far to the edge of our server as we can. So the web server is at the extreme edge for me right now. So we're going to leverage that facilities. We're going to add a method to the server's public interface to ban an IP. Right now it's all internal, so we'll make it also externally activatable. And then, we'll ban them for various things. Bans are not permanent. The way I have it coded up, there is a initial ban period in seconds, so it's a minute. And then after that minute, during that minute, any more connections from that same IP address are just ignored. They're just disconnected right away. And after that minute, there's a probationary period. If during that period of time you get banned again, the ban period doubles, and you're banned again for now 2 minutes. If you are a nice little net citizen for the entire probation period, then the ban gets lifted permanently. So it's just meant to discourage it. Like if one IP address starts to hammer us, they'll quickly get banned, and then their ban period will increase if they keep pestering us. And that's worked out so far for me for just normal web server, like the one I developed last year. I had it on Amazon Web Services. It was pretty resilient to the usual scans that it would get. You get scans from people looking for servers to add to their botnet. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. So yeah, this exponentially backed off temporary ban system works pretty well. A couple other things that are in here that just I could talk about them since they're here. If something does get banned, we will, if it's a HTTP request, we print out the first 100 characters of the thing that caused the ban. So that was just for my curiosity to see what the scans looked like. And a couple other things. If there are more than 10 requests in 1 second, that's what this means, then we'll ban them. And we'll have a similar thing for WebSocket frames. That's on the list for today. Yeah. WebSocket message frequency too high. So anyway, that's enough background, I guess. So first thing, oh wait a minute, hold on. Before I get into the work today, couple other things. I've been trying to track my stuff in Trello, so let's look at that today. And I'll just archive the stuff that I had done Wednesday. So what I was doing while I was sort of quarantined in my bedroom over the weekend was I decided to just go ahead and refactor the coordinator. So basically what I did is I took there was a one class file. Thanks for the follow. How's it going? Grim? Author of Pigeon, right? How's it going? And yes, so the coordinator used to be one huge class that was like over 2,000 lines long. Now it's a nice 260 lines in the public part and only 130 in the implementation part, because I took most of the implementation and broke it into pieces. So they're all in the subdirectory here. Oh, you're the current maintainer. Oh, well, you have the honors. Shout out to Grim. He works on Pigeon and other things on his stream. Check him out. That's a, for those who don't know Pigeon, it's a venerable IM client. So yeah, I broke up my coordinator component into authentication stuff. Where does it say that? Well, I'll just say what it does. There's authentication routines, about 500 lines. There's configuration related, about 200. There's messaging, which was the bigger one, 750. Profile related stuff, so like your player records, 325. The consensus algorithm glue logic between the game and the Raft implementations, about 300 lines. And subscriptions, that's things that the admin and players can subscribe to get from the server, about 180 lines, so not much. So there was a lot of shuffling around of code. I didn't have to do a whole lot of thinking. It was just a lot of grunt work, so I did that while I was recovering. So I will now archive that. Okay, so we're doing this now. We're mitigating DoS attacks. All right, I had done that on Wednesday, and I think I had done a couple of these things too, but I took off the check mark because I wanted to strengthen them. Not just disconnect, but also ban. And I kind of put them roughly in the order that I want, which should match what's in the today. By the way, my notebook is publicly readable. Feel free to look at that. There's always the today command that brings you here. And before every stream, I try to make a plan. So I'll make a 116 plan tonight, assuming I'm streaming tomorrow. And it'll show you what I'll be doing tomorrow. So, and if you're wondering what the heck I'm doing at all, there's a link there, which describes my goals on my current project, which is to make a game out of my web architecture components I've been building up. So feel free to explore my notebook and ask me any questions that you might have. The major systems of this game, there are a lot of them, and I haven't really gotten into the game stuff. I'm still on the server backend. So I'm sort of firmly entrenched on number 4 system this week and last week, because I really want to make sure that I do the best I can as far as security before I put this stuff on the cloud. I guess I'm kind of paranoid about hacks. I don't know. Probably doing more than I need to, but I guess can never be too prepared. So yeah, after I get the server security stuff up, probably gonna try to make a push to put this on the cloud so that you guys can log in as well. I'm the only one who can log in right now because it's only running on my machine. Here's my admin console. You can see the 3 servers in the cluster. You can see a little bit of statistics I added in there for. This is the in seconds, the round trip times. These servers are debug builds not optimized, so the times are atrocious. So yeah, 22 seconds minimum average to exchange a message between 2 servers. But anyway, that's the admin console. Here's the player screen. All we can do right now is create a profile, change our email, change our password, log in, log out, that kind of thing. But that's pretty good. It exercises a few things in the server state, which I can show here. I like to show this stuff off, by the way, now that I actually have stuff working. So every server is a copy of the game state. We're using a consensus algorithm for fault tolerance and availability so that I can take server 10 down, for example, upgrade its code, and then bring it back up, and players shouldn't notice because 11 and 12 continue to service requests. So game journal will have a line for every change to the game state. Right now, the only game state are player profiles. So your username, your email address, and the hash and salt of your password are all that we store. The commands to change state are put in sequence because the consensus algorithm requires it. Also, it's really handy to rebuild state. If you were to bring up a new server, all it needs to do is download this journal from the other servers, and it has now reconstructed from scratch the entire game. Of course, this journal can get really long, and the consensus algorithm talks about making snapshots to sort of restart the journal from a newer snapshot. I haven't done that yet, but we'll get to there. So yeah, every time, for example, if I change my email, you'll see a new line added here. And this one's a change profile command. And here are the changes, my email. So it's pretty sweet. And it doesn't matter if we send this to server 10, 11, or 12. It gets routed to the leader who appends the journal entry and then replicates it to the rest of the cluster. That's a pretty sweet system that I did not invent. It's a brilliant person named Diego Ongaro whose PhD thesis was the Raft consensus algorithm. I just implemented it amongst the other dozen or so implementations out there. If you're curious, all my code that is meant to be reusable is in my GitHub. And my game is not open source yet. It might be at some point. So you'll be able to get everything but my actual game code there on my GitHub. So like my Raft implementation should be there. Anyway, apologies for the lack of style. I haven't put in the time to put polish on this stuff. This is really just prototyping. So there's not really a style sheet. So anyway, yeah, we want to get to work today, I guess. Yeah, my voice is a little bit constrained. Still have a sore throat, so it sucks. All right, so making the max content length configurable. I found this over the weekend that I had hard coded this, and I was aghast. What? I shouldn't be hard coding these things. So I'll show you guys where that was. This is in the server that I made on stream. Look at that. Look at that ugly constant. All the other ones are defaults, but this one's not a default. This is a hard coded thing. So I'm going to make it like the other things. Defaults. I like to use test-driven development for my backend C++ work, and specifically the Google test framework. I have a little video I recorded showing how to set that up from the very beginning, if you're interested. Ooh, look there, I have a typo. Between. How many times did I misspell between? Oh yeah, let's fix that. Between. Oh, I forgot. Sorry about that. I sometimes forget to do this. By the way, here's how you do it. In Windows 10, you go to App Value Device Preferences, you go to System Sounds, and turn it off. That way, when your system wants to make a little chirp sound, oh, it doesn't always work. This is the Windows 10 bug. Sometimes System Sounds is in there more than once. It's a tricky little thing. Anyway, now, yeah, there's no chirp now. It'll save you the Slight confusion of thinking your computer made a noise when it was really mine. Okay, so anyway, Google test and the test-driven development methodology says that if I want to make a feature change or fix a bug, I first need to write a little test function to demonstrate it. And because the feature doesn't exist or the bug is still there or whatnot, we expect the test to fail if the test is written correctly. Then we go, once we have the test in place, we go either fix the bug or add the feature to make the test pass, and then iterate on that. Either refine with more tests or go on to the next feature or next bug, that kind of thing. So if I want the feature to be that this is configurable, I'm going to want to write a test where I actually try to configure it. And then we want to do something to test that is actually honored. So I probably want to make a test that sets the max content length really low and then verifies if we try to send some content to the server that's over that limit that we get disconnected. Probably good enough. So server tests, here we go. I'm going to collapse everything. Okay, this is kind of bad. This file is on my list, or should be on my list of things to refactor. I try to keep both code files, or class implementations and test files under 1,000 lines. So this is sort of a code smell to me that says I never really refactored this well enough. So my apologies. I guess it makes sense that I don't see a subdivision of web server tests. I only just see one thing called server tests. So yeah, I just got lazy. All right. I'm looking for a test that's similar. I guess we can just use a client request in one piece. Unless it's testing too much. Let's see what this is doing. This is setting up a fake transport layer and then mobilizing the web server with these properties. Use the fake transport, use a fake timekeeper, tell the web server to use port 1234. We mobilize the server. It does a little check, that's what the assert is. Check to make sure that these messages ended up in our diagnostic message stream. I'll probably remove that from the test I'm about to write, but this is just a good example for things you can do in Google Test to actually do the testing part. If this wasn't in my diagnostic messages, this macro would cause the test to be flagged as a failure and actually it would stop early. Assert stop early. If it was expect equal, it would still flag the test as a failure but continue on. Early in my Twitch work, like back in June, July, I did a lot of asserts really that should just be expects. So like I should probably clean this up and say expect, because the diagnostic messages aren't right. Doesn't mean we can't continue the test to maybe see if other things are wrong. I was just being lazy, or I don't know, wasn't being smart back then, I guess. Anyway, just continue my explanation of what this is doing. We are here making a fake connection, and this connection delegate on the transport layer is whenever you see the word delegate in my code, it means callback. And this basically says we're calling back the transport layer saying, hey, there's a new connection. And why all of these layers like connection, transport, server? I'd like to break up designs into pieces where each piece is responsible for a different thing. So for example, the web server really is only responsible for the HTTP protocol and dispatching requests based off of resource IDs. Transport layer is really only cares about how to glue the HTTP to a connection, like a socket kind of entity. Connection is responsible for abstracting away the differences between operating systems and how you make a network connection. And one good thing that comes out of making abstractions like these is you can, when you make unit tests, you can make mocks. So I had, instead of actually going out to the real network, we're making a fake connection called a mock connection. Among other things, advantages are you don't have to have a network to run this test. It also runs super fast because you don't have to actually wait for the OS for messages to actually be sent over a wire. And also because I have the actual tracking of time being mocked, we can speed up time, so to speak. So if there are any timeouts, we don't have to wait for that amount of real time to elapse. We can just say, hey, mock timekeeper, pretend like 10 seconds have elapsed. So it's really convenient to have these mocks. And yeah, I'm totally advertising test-driven development, aren't I? It's a good thing. I like it. So anyway, this will cause the web server to start listening to a connection. A fake one, but still. Then here's the request that we're going to send into the web server. And here again is another delegate. The data received delegate for the connection it's a delegate that the web server set on the connection through the transport layer, saying when that connection has, if new data comes in on that connection, call this. So here's the thing we're calling. We're basically passing in this request as a string of bytes. And gosh, I hope I can keep streaming for at least another hour. I'm going to be muting the mic and eating cough drops. Anyway, this is our test request. We give it to the server. And then this is sort of the side effect or output check of the test, is that our test says we expect the web server to give that back as a response. And the way that the response is delivered is, again, through this connection object. So the mock connection has a buffer called data received in which it stores any bytes that are passed to it from the server. A real connection object wouldn't store it in a buffer. It would actually transmit it over the network, but our mock just stores it. So we check to see if what's stored in there, if we convert it to a string, does it equal this expected response? So essentially, I want to grab this test and kind of remove these extra assertions we don't need to check twice. And instead, we're going to modify the configuration, which is going to be in this dependencies, and we'll say, hey, we want to limit the maximum message size to something really teeny tiny. And then we'll try to send this basically the same message, and we'll expect not a response, but we'll just expect to be disconnected immediately. All right, so I've copied it. Let's change this to configurable max, what did I call it? Content length. All right, so it's been a while since I worked on this. I think pretty sure I put all the configurable stuff somewhere. Ah, it's through the set configuration item, not through this dependencies. Dependencies looks like I have for objects, the ones that are potentially mockable. So we want to leave those alone. Instead, right, so we're going to set another configuration item. Yeah, hey there, Endless Soccer. I'm streaming again, but I don't know for how long today, because I still got a sore throat, so I'm coughing. My voice is sort of, it's okay, but I can't really shout. I couldn't yell at the kids. It's their opportunity to misbehave and not get yelled at. And if people tell me especially funny jokes, it hurts when I laugh. So be kind. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna define a new configuration item. I guess we'll call it max content length only Pascal case. Oh, sorry about that. It's those what do you call them? Robocallers, and I forgot to mute my phone today. That's how out of it I am. Goodbye, robocaller. Okay, max content length. Something small. I wonder if we want to send one that's under the max and then one that's over. Maybe. Let's see. So I'll pick something. I don't know how big it will need to be. Yeah, it was a robocaller, pretty sure. I get them all the time now. You can tell because they're from the same area code. And yeah, I happen to have an area code on my phone that is like from a different geographical area from where I live. And so I'm like, there shouldn't be anyone calling me from that area code. It's just because the robocallers think I'll pick up because it looks like a local call. It's especially obvious when they use the same 3-digit prefix of your phone number. You don't know what I mean? They're not always scam calls. A lot of times they're cold callers for just random things, like charities. It's the less legitimate charities, like the gray area charities. But yeah, scam calls. Yeah, a lot of those. A lot of the times, if they fool me, I'll pick up and I won't hear anything, and it makes me nervous. Like, are they just trying to check if I'm going to pick up or not? But yeah, if you don't know what robocalls are, then count yourself lucky. All right, max content length 100. Okay, we don't need to assert this. We don't need to repeat things that other tests test. Diagnostic match is clear. We don't need that. I don't need that. Okay, here's request. Let's make 2 of them. Small request. Let's make a small request, and we'll make a large request. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that IntelliSense will tell me how long this is. 142. So let's set it to 150. Ah, yes. Wikipedia is great. Sometimes forget that people could just look things up and they don't have to explain it. Yeah. I mean, I basically know it's a robocall if when I don't pick up, I don't get any voicemail and then no callback. I'm like, well, they didn't really need to talk to me. Okay, large request. Let's make this a little bit larger. I guess by adding another header. X. PogChamp. Level. Over 9,000. There we go. So does that go over 150? It does. All right. So the small request should be able to be... the small request should get through, and the large request will not. Well, get through as in we should get a response for the small request, but we should not get a response for the large one. So... okay, I was using my MacBook all weekend while I was stuck in bed, and now the key bindings are different enough on the MacBook that it's screwing me up now back on my Windows machine. All right, small request. Expected response. Sure. We will, I guess just expect that it equals. And then what we'll do is we'll send in a large one. And then we will expect the connection to be broken. So that is, I have a flag in there, I think called broken? Broken. It should be broken. So let's build that. And I expect this test to fail because this should not be true. Okay. Oh, it can't build because it wants to link the orchestrator of the cluster, which is running. We need to stop that cluster. Yeah, because we're modifying a component that's integral to everything. So, all right, let's run that test. Let's see if this still works. I prefer Windows because I'm used to it, but I try to remain agile enough to jump onto Mac OS or Linux. So for that, I keep a MacBook. Because actually I prefer Macs over Windows for laptops. And in Linux I have a second PC that's running Linux. So I try to keep at least a little bit of practice on each one. Do I have an OS command for that? Yes, I do. Yes, I use Linux Mint. Library documentation? No, I don't. That doesn't sound familiar. All right, so this is an HTTP test. Yes, so let's run them. I expect a red thing. Yes, there we go. By the way, this is all not default in VS Code. They're through the extensions I have. The Test Explorer UI and the Catch 2 and Google Test Explorer, you need them both for Google Test. It's really nice because if I wanted to, I could click on this and see, and I can actually click this button to run that test only in the debugger. It's really nice. Yes, so that's what I expected. It's this line. We should have gotten the connection broken, but we didn't. So we're done with the test. Now to actually put the feature in. We're going to, in the code, need to actually get that configuration item out and then use it to update a variable, which we will initialize to be this number, but then replace if there is a configuration item for it. Think about switching your laptop to Manjaro or Linux Mint. I think Linux Mint's pretty good. It's pretty user-oriented and not programmer-oriented. Like I think the idea with Linux Mint was it to be more approachable for end users. That might not be the best for programmers. I just wanted something easy to use and not have to, because Linux isn't my primary OS. But it's not like it handicaps you. You still have all the tools in Linux. I think it was just a nice middle ground. I don't know anything about Manjaro. Restore my faith in humanity. My faith in humanity is pretty good, but I could always use what's this about? Oh, is this a whole series? Huh. I don't have time to watch that now, but let me watch that for later. So yeah, by the way, people who haven't been on my stream before, I frequently will take good ideas and post them in my notebook, especially if I don't have time to look at it immediately. I'll post it here and look at it later. And if I have anything interesting to say about it, I'll usually type it up here and follow up. If you're ever wanting me to look at something and I forget, feel free to bug me. Indian scammers? By the way, if you want to see someone doing, you probably know all this already, but if you want to see someone doing a really good public service and wasting scammers' time, check out Kitboga's stream. It was actually through Kitboga that I found a lot of the streamers on Twitch that I sort of joined in their communities and programming and other things. So, oh yeah, he does. Goes all in. And he was sick too over the weekend. I don't know. A lot of people getting either the flu or a cold or something. Anyway, there's the feature we want. We want this variable. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to purposefully cripple the code by just making this what it should be. Default. All right? This is the default. All right, so that should break a bunch of stuff, right? We'll see it with those red swigglies. So there it is. So instead of looking at the constant directly, let us get it from our variables. I just have to remember what our variables were accessed through. Actually, is this a free function? Parse request? No, it's part of the impl. Okay, so here's where we want to put it. So yeah, kind of like next to that one. Max content length. Jim Browning. You don't like Kitboga? Well, I guess you don't have to like him. I think he's hilarious. That name Jim Browning sounds familiar. I wonder if I've seen him before. All right, so I guess what I'll do is copy this documentation here. Put that here. This is the Did I want it to just be the request body? I kind of want it to be the maximum allowed message body in its entirety.
Yeah. So let's change that. How many times is that mentioned? Okay, twice. So maximum allowed total message size. All right. So in both places, it should say that now. Right. All right. So we need to just use that constant down here. Actually, no, that's just comparing the content length. So I want this to be slightly different, don't I? Hey there, the Epic Unknown. How are you doing? Wave. Okay, I'm gonna have to change a little bit here, right? Yeah, so well, we'll put it here just to begin with. So if it's greater than that, that makes me think I might need to have another unit test, because we parse things in different places. So this test was only doing making a message exceed the limit through the headers. I need another one that's through the content. Yeah, let me make two of these. Configurable max content length. Let's rename this. Max content length checked for headers. That's what I want. And I'll make the other one for body. Or for total. Yay! I'm still recovering. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to go all 4 hours today, but we'll see. Got a sore throat. Also, I kind of screwed up my back. I think I was locked in my room by my family, quarantined me because they didn't want to get sick, and so I didn't have like good back support when I was like sitting up and trying to, you know, read or whatever. And yeah, my back is really sore the last couple of days. I definitely don't recommend getting sick and then getting quarantined and then, yeah, back of recovery still in progress, exactly. So for total, the same kind of thing, but let's arrange it so that we have a body. Gets don't normally have bodies, right? I guess we could do one anyway. Oh, there we go. There's a post. Let's copy this one. That's a nice one, too. It says, please say hi to mom. Remember to say hi to your mom. Right? Okay, so that one is 119. So let's set the limit pretty close to that. I don't want to be exact because I don't know if I really want to interpret. I don't know if the limit should include some of the white space or whatnot, and it really doesn't need to be exact. It just needs to be around that size. So here, it's the same thing, but we'll just make the content length longer. Let's say hi to mom. Also, oh, how about listen to lecture content. Remember to brush your teeth and always wear clean underwear. All right. So that should push it beyond the limit. Yes, 206 now. And I need to actually get this length has to exactly match this. Let me double check that it's just that without any of the veneer. That 14 includes the null byte at the end, so that's correct. So to compute this, I'll take that string, again, without the carriage return line feed, put it on its own line. I'm just leveraging IntelliSense here. Just cursor over it. It says it's 100. Oh, look at that. It's exactly 100 characters. What a coincidence. Okay, so there we have a small request and a large request. Large request is going to blow our max content length, right? So, yeah, the server by default just says 404 not found, feels bad, man. Because we mobilize the server without setting any resources on it. Doesn't really matter. We just want to see, it actually gives us a response for the short one and it hangs up on us for the long one. Where am I from? I'm from Southern California. So I was on Adam's channel earlier today and he was talking about snow. And I'm like, what is this snow you speak of? Because I don't think we've ever had snow here. Except maybe in the 1800s sometime. Yes, I'm in the Pacific time zone. PST. Yeah, so this is all set, right? Yeah, okay, good. I didn't want to forget to make those tests. So this is actually a good test because the content length alone is not more than the max, but I want the max to include it, so this will actually still fail as is. So yeah, so that's good. I'm gonna need to change this, but in order to change this, I need to add to that the total length so far. I guess we can have a variable for that. Headers length or something. We'll just have to store that somewhere. And, well, I have to compute it up here, right? I think that as we parse the message headers, because an attacker could just send us a constant string of header lines until we exhaust our memory. So while we're in this state of parsing headers, I think we should be checking to see if we go over the limit here. And I need to have that counter somewhat persistent, right? Remember, where can I keep persistent variables? Was it in request? No, where's request? It's one of these. Here it is. Yes, my game will be browser based, so I don't have a nice diagram yet. But yeah, it sucks. It's going to be JavaScript running your front end. So it should be like in Chrome here. It'll be much prettier than this, I assure you. But you'll go to the main website. It'll show you this. You'll log in. Everything will be inside the browser. And then how it will talk to the game is through a WebSocket. I'm using WebSockets for everything. WebSockets between clients and servers and between servers and servers. So it's pretty homogeneous, I guess you'd say. And all of these are going to be in a cloud, probably Amazon Web Services. This will be a private network within, the VPC of my that I set up on Amazon Web Services, and this will be internet facing. And so your client will will have the addresses and port numbers of all the game servers. I'm still trying to work out the details of how that'll work. There may be a layer in between here if I'm really nervous or if I really do get attacked by DOSs. I was talking to someone last night about putting in a content delivery network, a CDN, in the middle here, like either Cloudflare or CloudFront. AWS is not the cheapest. Yeah, I know, but it's the one I'm familiar with. What type of game will it be? There's a nice game command, but basically it's going to be a retro 2D pixel art RPG, because I'm not an artist and I need to have something that I can get quickly going to get feedback from you guys. So it will begin pretty basic. So we're talking like 1990s level art and graphics, and I want to really focus on content. Maybe get some help with the art and improve it, but yeah, it'll be an RPG multiplayer. Back and back. Yeah. So I'm wondering if I need to store it here. Would it be bad if I stored it here? Or is there somewhere... Oh, wait a minute. I think we can store it... Hold on, let me think about this. This message headers object, I wonder if it tracks how much data it's absorbed. Where would it be storing its state? Up here somewhere? Been a while since I wrote this code. It's around here somewhere. Maybe it didn't have state. I mean, it doesn't have private variables. It's all public here. So there's state. Oh, where are the variables? Variables are somewhere. Gotta be somewhere. Oh, there is an impl. I just haven't found it yet. There it is. Headers, which is just a vector of pairs, I think that is. Well, name value. There's a configurable limit and then a valid or not. Okay, so yeah, this isn't tracking the max. Does it look like a factorial logo? You know what also it looks like that I didn't notice until after I drew it? It looks exactly like the gear icon in the Twitch video player. Also, I found a streamer yesterday who also his theme is like, what do you call it? Steampunk. And all of his sub-badge icons are gears. And they're much more pretty than mine are. I am a very poor artist. Someday I will get better, but for now, I only have poverty art. Okay. Where will I put this? It's called one or more times to incrementally parse. I guess I will bite the bullet and put a variable inside request. Doesn't really cost me much, it's just adding an integer here. Where to put it? How about up here? Yeah, I know. It's me being self-deprecating about the art. I actually might start to stream art. Well, I'll have to for the game art. And then I hope to get more practice and more feedback from you guys to improve. I also watch other Twitch streamers who are artists, pixel artists, to try to pick up little tips. Hoping that through osmosis I'll pick up something. I actually also might get some help from my daughter, who's a really great artist. But we'll see. Okay, this is used to track the number of bytes received by the... Let's just say this is meant to be used... Actually, do I want to put it in this, or do I want to maybe parse request should have another variable like next raw request part off to the side? Let's just put it here for now, and I'll think about it later. This is meant to be used by a receiver to track the number of bytes that were received in order to build this request. Practice and repetition. That's what a lot of the pixel artists on Twitch actually say if you ask them. Because I asked them. And other people asked them. Yeah. Total bytes. Be a good citizen. Initialize to 0. Alright. How come this is showing as not saved? I forgot to hit save, probably. Alright, so it's incrementally built, so we'll trust that it's not a new request object for the same request. So yeah, let's count the first line here. It will be request line length. Are we counting the character turn line feed though? I guess we are, so it's really message end, right? And then every time we receive a line, what is this doing? Oh, okay, it's doing this, it's starting from that offset, and then advancing that many bytes. So this is the number of bytes. So here we go, say request total bytes plus equals body offset. Sort of a misnomer. It's not the body offset unless we actually hit the end of the headers, which is complete. If it's not complete, it's not really a body offset. I wonder if I should change that variable's name. It's only used there? Yeah, that is really not the correct name of the variable. Oh, because named it there. Oh, wait a minute, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I want headers. No, that is it. Oh, this was originally parsing the entire headers, not just one line at a time, right? Yeah, it's if it's incomplete. It'll be whatever body offset was set to. Yeah, so it's set to that after every line if we advance and unfold the previous line. So yeah, it won't really be body offset. I should rename that. I'm torn. I don't want to get too sidetracked. I guess we just rename it here. Header bytes consumed. There we go. Right, and so here we should check. We could check on this line here, but it's sort of a, what do you call it? A degenerate case. That, yeah, you could exhaust the max message size in the first line, but when that's in the real world, that's not going to happen. We already have a check for header line limit anyway. So actually, I'm going to steal this code too, because we're going to do somewhat the same thing down here, right? We're going to do it here. If the total bytes is greater than max content, oh, we wanted to rename that, right? Not max content length. It is max total message size. Right. So if the total bytes is greater than that, then it's an error and we return right away. Oh, we should advance first, shouldn't we? And then that, I still have that last check down there, right? Okay, instead of headers length, what it really is, it's request.total bytes. Actually, we can do the addition first. Correct? That's if it has a content length header. I think that is correct. Right, this is pretty simple right now. We only support messages that have a content length or ones that have no body. It doesn't yet support like chunked encoding. So that would make this a bit more complicated, but we don't support that yet. So it's simple. If we have a content length, we need to add that to the total bytes and then do the check. So let's do the add here and then do the check. Actually, we should probably include that in the other place as well, right? up here. Where did I put it? Here. Is 413 just a payload? I don't remember. Kind of want to look it up now. HTTP 413. Payload too large. What about if the headers are too large? Is there one for that? URI too long. What about things that start with 2? Payload too large, URI too long, too early, too many requests. Request header fields too large? Ah. So 431. It is a little bit ambiguous. Like, what if the limit's 100 and then 50 of it from headers and 50 of it from the body? Is it payload too large, or is it header field too large? I think I'm going to go with it's the body is too large. Payload's too large. Yeah. A slightly different code there. We'll need to be checking both of those. Actually, I guess for any 4xx error, we would do a disconnect anyway, so doesn't matter. Hold on. This one just errored and didn't set a code. Oh, right, but... Oh, wait, hold on. That's because whatever calls parse request makes that decision, right? It is... Where is it? The try reassembly. Yeah, it's this one. Actually, it will send a reply to a really long message, but it will also close. So we could check for those errors, actually. Do I care? I guess I kind of do. So, expected response too small request. And then there's for the large one, right? And that one was for... Hold on. 431, I think? Yeah. 431. Is this always what I'm going to put in? I don't think so. I guess it is. Okay. Feels bad, man. This is always the body, huh? Excuse me. All right. Quest headers too long, and we will put that expectation in there. And between those, I need to clear the data receipt. So let's do that down here as well, for this other test. And then a similar expectation for the large request. What's the arrow? There are two things to talk about here. So you might be seeing this as a single character. It's not really. It's sort of it's a trick. I remember the key combination. I have this Fira code font set up. And if I turn off the font ligatures, you'll see it's really a dash greater than. And that's C++ operator that says if this is a pointer, dereference the pointer and then go to a member. So it's basically shorthand for dereference and then dot. The same thing as an arrow, only easier to write than that. You need the parentheses because if you don't do that, that's saying go to connection as an object, go to the data received member, and then dereference. It's just the weird order that dereference operator has. So yeah, arrow is dereference and go to member. Yeah, I've been liking these custom font ligatures myself, especially for the mathematical ones where you do greater than or equal, or you do not equal. I kind of like that. It's not for everyone, but I kind of like it. All right, did I copy this? Yes, I did. But this is different, right? It's got to be a 413. Did I get that right? 413 payload too large. There we go. All right. Fancy. Yes, right. It is fancy. Okay, now I can check. I think I might have done everything. Oh, wait a minute, no. I never allowed that to be configured. So I still need to fix it, right? This is only set to the default and never changed. So I'm going to do it in the same place where we changed header line limit. Here we go. Well, no, this is setting the default. Okay, let's set the default the same way for max. I was going to change the name of it too, right? It's not max content length. It's max message size. So in here as well, right? Max content length should be max message size. And that replaced it there as well. Okay, good. So then down here, oh, I already lost where it was. Back, till we find it. There we go. Max message size. Max total, it doesn't matter. Max total message size. We can remove the T, right? Oops. I'm doing Control-Shift-L to pick every instance of that to do basically a global replace within the file. Okay, that's where we set it. Now where do we allow it to be changed? Yeah, here. An ugly if-else chain. Maximum message size. Okay. Now let's try it out. All of this to see two tests pass, right? Did I rename the tests? Yes, I did. So let's check them. Fail. Fail. Didn't work at all. And this one? Got a bad request instead of a payload too large. Interesting. Okay, let's debug this. So go to that line. In the correct file, please. 2747. So when we get to here, let's set a breakpoint and go. There's the large request. It's 170 bytes. We had set the limit to 150. Oh, cool. Do React development daily and professionally. Nice. I will do so. Thank you very much, Trolig. Actually, if you want me to, I can remove. I'll remove that from the my public thing. Otherwise, you're going to get bombarded with requests, my friend. I'm just going to put that in my private notebook. Private notes that are private, and I should not show them on screen, but this will be really quick. Sorry. Trying to make this quick. Where to put it? Right here. There it goes. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, so I think React is cool, but hey, we're all equal opportunity JavaScript lovers, right? So whether it's React, Angular, Vue, or nothing at all, or something else, we still love you. Yeah, React takes some getting used to. I think all of the, not all of them, most of the fancier frameworks take some getting used to. Vue, I've heard, is easiest to get into of the big three, so to speak. All right, so we are paused on that breakpoint. I'm going to step in. Actually, I'm going to do better than that. I'm going to go straight to where that function is. That should be doing the thing. Parsing the request, right? And we'll just put a breakpoint right there and hit go. So it's given all 170 characters. So it parses the line out. Total bytes is 25. And then here we go into the headers. 145 more. 170. Oops. Should have gone past. Oh, look at that. I never said it. Hold on. Did I do something silly? I did set it. Did that not actually set it? Oh, yeah. I did something silly. It's either size or length. It can't be both. It has to be one. Which one should I make it? I think this one should have been size. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah, for small projects, I don't know. It depends on what you're used to. Like, I'm used to C++, so even for a small project, I would still use C++, even though it's probably more intelligent to pick something like Python. But, it's a mix of tool appropriateness and familiarity. What I want to see more of are patterns, like things that people do a lot in React, and I want to see both the correct way and the incorrect way, so kind of drum it into my head. Like the React tutorials I found really nice, but I wanted more. I wanted to see more examples of different combinations of things. All right, so I'm not just going to be optimistic and think that that's going to solve everything. Nope. It did not. Oh, actually, it sort of did. Only the... Oh, there's a connection close. I forgot about that. Yes, we are closing the connection, so that is going to be expected in the message. Right? Can I cheat and just see where exactly it was? It was before the content length, after the content type. So right here, connection, close. And then we'll expect the same thing down here for the other test case as well. There we go. Yeah, the composableness I haven't gotten down yet. If you look at my app, you'll see it really needs to be decomposed. The first sign is that I only have one app.js still, and it's almost 500 lines long. It needs to be decomposed into pieces, especially when you see all this crap. It's like, what the heck? Why am I not dividing this into subcomponents? Answer is because I'm a noob. I'll get there. I really like the separation in React from between the rendering and the state management. So that I tried Angular at first, and I think the problem for me was learning two things at once: learning a new framework and learning TypeScript. And although React is also, you're learning a little bit of like ES6 stuff, because it's kind of recommend, you don't have to use it, but it's, all the tutorials kind of say, hey, you should use arrow functions for this. You're still learning a little bit, but I think it was more approachable to me than learning TypeScript from a base of only dabbling in pure JavaScript before. All right, these should pass, right? Yay! Look at that, they pass. So now we have a configurable message size limit. Let me check that in. Yes, I really like separation of concerns. And so in React, when they separate the view from the data model, it's like, yes, this is for me. Okay, HTTP. All right, have a good one, Endless Soccer. Take care. Stay well, my friend. Total bytes. And max is now a default max. Fixed let's check this in separate. This was a typo. Pure and simple typo. I misspelled the word between a lot. So fix typos. That's all that one deserves. Max message size, right? Yes. Okay. All right. Checking it all in. Make maximum message size configurable. And this is on the server side. This component also has client-side stuff. All right, that's one thing checked off the list. Trello, where are you? Yay! We're now 18% done for today. Okay, now ban them if the request header... Oh. Actually, shouldn't this say... Shouldn't this say the message size? Not header size? Yeah. And they already will be banned because that's just how it goes. I think. Actually, let's double check that. They would be banned by yeah, let's just have a test for that. Or do I need a test? Yeah, let's make a test. So the test for banning is Thanks for the resub, Slickver. Hope you're enjoying this. You resubscribed for 0 months in a row. That's weird. My Yada client said 0 months in a row. But then Stream Element says 2, which is correct. I think there's a bug in Yada. I use this client called Yada for Twitch chat, and I will probably open a bug or tell Hideo later that it told me use resub for 0 months. I think it's because Twitch changed something recently. I got an email about this. They're changing the way resubs were announced. They probably broke his chat thing. But yeah, again, thank you so much for the sub, for your support. Very much appreciated. Hope you're enjoying it, and let me know if I can improve. Let's see. Yes, I'm going to make a copy of this. I made a copy, didn't I? I did. I just didn't rename it. Rename it. Specifically, blowing max message size in headers results in ban. Ban. So the way to test is you just send a bannable thing, and then you just send anything right away in a new connection, or you try to send it, and it should be just not accepted. You should be disconnected right away. So we'll set up this test. Again, with the same constraint. We don't need to send the small request. Actually, we'll try to send the small request second is what we'll do. So we'll send the large request first. We will expect, actually it doesn't matter. We know we will get this because the other test checked it, right? So the connection will be broken, so we'll basically open a new connection. So a new connection right here. And we won't expect a response. This should go down. Hold on. Did I screw this up? No, this should go down. That doesn't matter. But this goes here. And this goes... Either way would have been the same, right? Open a new connection. Try to send even a small request through. We should get... Actually, it shouldn't even get that far. As soon as this happens, it should be disconnected. Expect true connection broken. As soon as it identifies that we're from the same IP address, it should ban us and we should get disconnected. Let's make sure that that works. I think it works already. I'm not sure. No. It didn't get us banned. Why not? Let's check. We should have been banned at that. What is that there? Oh, that's an old breakpoint. Okay, here we should have been banned by now. So let's go in and find out. The trouble of stepping through breakpoints. I mean, stepping into delegates is that sometimes it steps over them. So I need to remember where that actually goes. Set connection, delegate, one of these. This one, I think. Go to there. Yes. Okay, so here's our address. We are not banned. We were not banned. We should have been banned, though. Why were we not banned? We can see the last request time. Okay, so we haven't done it yet, which is good that I wrote the test, because now I can actually change the feature to make it bannable. Thanks for the follow, Zikolu. Why was it not banned? That would be in try request assembly, which is called from Data receipt, right. So this needs to be refactored, by the way. It's when the code gets this long, it's a sign I need to sort of split it up to clean it up. Split it up into smaller functions and make it more readable. Okay, here's one bannable offense. You make too many requests. I guess we can just search for ban hammer. Where are the places we can get banned? If it's code 400, oh, malformed request. Yes. Okay, so it's if it's too frequent or if it's malformed. Is object-oriented programming falling out of favor in several places context now? It's not falling out of favor. It's just, I think what happened was there were just too many people applying it where it didn't belong. And the backlash from that. It's like any kind of fad. People say, oh, we can use it for everything. But no, it's just kind of sort of silly. It's still got its place. It's really useful for general software development, but for very specialized areas, like for example, we're talking about games, entity component system, right? That is not a good. That's not object oriented. That's more data oriented. It's still actually it's still a little bit of object oriented because you have composition of components into entities, but the way it's done usually these days is through references, and the components are all lined up in memory in order to maximize cache performance. So it's more of a data-driven system where you just loop through all the components linearly in memory, and you're no longer tracing object relationships, chasing them throughout memory as much. You still do a little bit, but not as much. Yeah, people. Two things I think. People over apply object-oriented patterns, and the other one is people think that something is object-oriented when it's really not, so they're just using the wrong label. Same thing with the words functional programming. I've heard people use the words functional programming to talk about things that have nothing to do with functions. I'm like, why are you calling it functional programming? That's the problem with words, right? Words are probably the hardest thing for programmers to deal with. Coming up with the right words, using the words correctly. Correctly as in using words so that you get your point across without causing confusion. Okay, I'm starting to talk too much. My throat is complaining. More tea. I'm drinking throat coat tea today. That's good. Okay. So right now I'm only banning malformed requests and too frequent requests. So if I also want to ban large requests, I think I can just check the status code at that point, right? Yeah, so let's do that. So we're going to end up accumulating here a list of bannable offenses. We had 2. I mean, we had 2, now we have 4. Why did I have the other one in a different spot? Why is that one and that one in different places? Most languages are trying to embrace the best of both worlds. Yeah. Well, I think also languages want to be more widely adopted for different environments and purposes, and so they just end up being large toolboxes with multiple things in them. By the way, folks, there's both a lurk and an unlurk command. Okay, so I think I wanted to make these two always bannable. Well, what about this other one down here? Why is this one down here? Oh, I think I know why. we shut them down early, right? Yeah, even if the request isn't complete yet, we shut them down. Okay, yeah, that's a special one. I'll try my best not to point out. Yeah, the worst thing a streamer can do is to yank someone who's lurking and out of their lurkerdom. So I will try to avoid that by not saying your names. Okay, okay. Let's see if this is enough to fix it. Although I'm wondering if this will break other tests, which maybe I don't expect it to be a bannable offense. Let's see. Okay, that succeeds. But let me run all the tests. No, so none of the other tests were sensitive to that, which is good. Cool. Actually, since I haven't done this yet today, let's run everything. It does a good job of running things in parallel. The long polls are going to be Raft and then game server. Yeah, so everything's good. All right. So I'm glad I had a test for that because I did need to make a change there, right? There's the change and there's the test for it. Actually, I should have a test for the other code as well. Let's throw that in there. That should not be too hard to do. Just simply take this one and say blowing max message size in content results in ban. I'll take the hold on. I don't need the small. You know, this one was content. I don't need the small request. Headers, though, let's use the one that had a big header in it. PogChamp level over 9,000. Yes. That sounds perfect. Make the headers, make it blown up in the headers. Right here. Just I need to make sure that this size, 171. Oh yeah, that's much larger than 125. Okay, good. Cool. All right, now I'm comfortable checking that in. Server ban IP for messages too large either in headers or body. And again, the bans are not permanent. They're just to discourage abuse. So the initial ban is just 60 seconds. And with my game, the only way you could get banned is if you really tried to hack it. Unless I had a bug where the game client really is sending something big. And then that's my problem. And I'll probably run into it myself. All right, so we're checking that off the list. Yay. Retrieve source IP for WebSocket public connections and keep in the context. Yeah, this was so that I could use it later to ban IPs if they misbehave at the WebSocket level. So we're going to go to the WebSocket class and add a way to get the source IP address. Actually, it's not in the WebSocket. It's in the... This is inside the game server. The web gate. Actually, it's what it's called. I'll show you guys where that is. The web gate... Actually, I even have this on my little diagram, don't I? This diagram's sort of needs to be redrawn. This stuff is all different now because they decided to do entity component system. This top part is almost correct, and the web gate, that's where it is. It's between the rest of the server and the web server. So it's the one that's going to operate WebSockets and give them to the rest of the game server. So the web server now will know the IP address of any incoming client, and I just need the web gate to extract that, store it along with the WebSocket. Hey there, Mike and Principal. Shout out to Mike. He is streaming different things these days. He just released a game called Thrusty Ship, which I hope you guys will all check out. I enjoyed playing it very much. I think I've played it 3 times on stream. And, oh yeah, thanks, Mike. Mike is also working on a new Twitch game, which looked really cool. Made me think either maybe I could get something like that on my stream, or maybe Mike will open source his. We'll see. Either way is fine. I was thinking, like, Mike, you're doing that for your channel. I also want to integrate my channel with my game, and so I'm probably going to have maybe not the exact thing, but some kind of viewer interaction that is somehow connected in with my game to kind of, drum up the, like, viewership should drum up the game's popularity and vice versa. So, yeah, check out Mike's stream sometime. How are you doing? Are you doing your, usually in this time of day, you're doing your off-stream work, right? Let's see. Right, we were saying adieu to the web server, and we're moving over to the web gate. I was going to show you guys the web gate. Where are you, web gate? Close that. Open Realm server. Okay, here's the web gate. Fixing Polish. You and your friends know so many languages. I'm jealous. Or I should say I'm envious. I only know English and a little bit of French that I haven't forgotten. It's the most embarrassing thing to have taken classes in French, not just once, but twice, and to have forgotten it twice. Took 4 years of French in high school, and then another, 2.5 years in college. Forgot it. Went to France, felt really embarrassed I couldn't speak to people. All right. Right, this is where the WebGate registers a resource so that if you go send in a request to the game server, it gets here. And basically we try to upgrade the connection. That's what this delegate does. Try to upgrade the connection to a WebSocket, which is open as server does that. I'll show you what it does. It says 101, switching protocols to upgrade to WebSocket. And it only does that if the client asks for it. And the way you ask for a WebSocket is you ask for your connection to be upgraded to WebSocket. You have to give the correct version number, which is 13. And you have to put in a key that we use in the accept. We compute an answer for that key. That's a little WebSocket handshake. Google search WebSockets if you want to know more. So we're doing that here. And then we're calling this delegate in the game when it succeeds. And we're only passing the WebSocket and then a flag of whether or not this is on the public internet or private. So in addition, I'm going to want a third parameter here, which is the IP address of the client, because we're going to use that to turn around and ban them if they do something bad. So we have that IP address available from connection. I just need to get it out and pass it along here. So connection. Get peer address as a string. I think that's fine. It's an IPv4 address formatted as a string. And then I think we'll just pass it in. Third argument makes sense? I don't know. Yeah, because it's a new argument, yeah. Okay, so I need to change this, obviously. Oh, you know what? I'm jumping ahead. Why didn't I make the unit test for this first? Hey there, bug found. How's it going? Actually, why is Mike not a VIP? I opened up a bunch of VIP slots. There, now Mike in principle is a VIP. I use my VIP slots to reward people who have helped out in the channel or in the community a lot. Thanks for following, Utralig. Am I saying your name right? Utralig. You've helped? Yes, you've helped. You've given me lots of ideas, and you've chatted. This is help. Yes. It's a reward that is really just a little pinkish purple icon, so it's really not that much. Okay, WebSocket delegate. Right, I want to. I should back up and make a unit test for this. WebGate test, right? Let's call it client IP address given to delegate. WebSocket delegate. At the moment, our relationship is very much lopsided. I've supported you. Well, you support me by being here. And whenever I need some ideas, I always ask you in your channel, so. Translate. Incredible. So you're Mr. Incredible. Or I shouldn't assume gender. You are the incredible viewer, I see. Italian, You've reminded me. I've been, like, when I was sick in bed with the flu this last weekend, I was listening to The Count of Monte Cristo, which is a French novel from the 19th century. It's got a lot of references to Italy in it, and Italians, and the Italian language, and history in it. I can almost imagine Mike and Principal being, like, dressed in the attire of the day. I don't know. Either sailing in a yacht or witnessing an execution in Rome. All right. Enough fun. Let's see. Client IP address given to WebSocket delegate. So I want to pick a test that is connecting, right? Connecting in. Just something simple. There's a lot of reconfigure things that we test. WebSocket via HTTP server private. Let's do the public port one. That's the one I care about. Yes. So let's pick this one. Off with his head. No, there was the method of execution that was used in the Count of Monte Cristo, like in the middle of the book. I had to look it up, and it was an Italian word for like being struck in the side of the head with a heavy mace. Capital punishment in the 19th century. Very, very weird. Okay. Yes, that was it. But it was like a weird spelling of it for the book. I think it's because it was translated from French or something. I looked it up, found the Wikipedia page, and at the end of the page it said, by the way, in Count of Monte Cristo, it was spelled this way. I'm like, oh yeah, I found it. Okay, how did I get so off track? Anyway. What did I need this for? Oh, this is just storing it. Right, so I don't need to store it in this connections at all. I don't need any of this stuff. I just need this and a place to put the IP address. Remember, Mike, you can always do the exclamation point lurk command, and then I will endeavor not to mention you to honor your lurkerhood. Okay, so I will grab all of these by reference. Actually, I don't really care about this one. Or this one. Really, I only care about this. And we're modifying this, right? So it's going to be receiving the IP address. Gosh, this is going to change a lot of code, actually. My dog was stretching, and he made a weird noise. Kind of like a human would do with stretching, like, All right, we're going to store this IP address. Reseed. I'm eating these cough drops like candy today. I'm almost at 2 hours. I don't know if I'll get to 4. See if I can get to 3. All right, so we're going to just store that. It doesn't like the delegate yet because it has an extra parameter, but that's okay. So we do all that. Now we make a connection on the public port, and this doesn't matter. The assert will be that we get the IP address back out. That's expect equal, I don't know yet. It's whatever I have the mock set to do, equals that. All right, so I need to look and see what this mock, what is it? Mock connection does. For when you ask it what its peer address is. Mock client, look at that. So that's what we should expect back out. All right, so a lot of things change. Everywhere we do set WebSocket delegate has to change. That's 8 places. So here's 1. Oh, maybe not. Also everywhere WebSocket delegate will change. Here's 1, right? So const IPv4 address. I'll just add it even though it's not used yet, just to get it to compile. Here's 1. There's another. And yeah, okay. So now this has to change now. You know, famous last words, IPv4. The moment I decide, hey, yeah, I'll IPv6, I'm going to have to change this name everywhere. I wonder if I should just call it IP address. Yeah, let's search replace this. So we'll call it IP address. Is that all the correct places? Yes. Done. Okay, it's IP address. This is the IP address of the client, formatted as a string. All right. Let me look for all the other places this might need to be changed. Actually, it might be good. Let me try to build this. Nope. Yep, so there's one place. We didn't do it. Oh, right. That's where we actually call it when we are making our own connection. I think for this, since we're the one making the connection, it's always going to be... Right, this is always going to be to another server within the private space, so I don't really care. It's never going to get banned. So I'll just make it an empty string. Okay, where else did I screw up? Oh, there. Aha. So 53 places I need to change here. Those are all good. It's just in the unit test I think I had to change things. Right, there's the IP address. We're all good there. These ones I already fixed, right? So it's just the ones that are mocked here. Oh, this was a mock the whole time. Okay then. This might have to change later when I actually use this for other things, but I guess we will just keep it all. Yeah, these are all good. I guess we'll just put empty string on all these. So how would I change this in bulk? I think I'll do it in 2 passes. So Control Shift L. Sorry, start over again. Control Shift L, right arrow, then left, comma, empty string. That hits all the ones that were true was the second argument. Right? So then there are these ones where it's false. Control Shift, Control L, right, left, left. There we go. Search and replace is a nice thing. The mock is not set right. Oh, maybe it is. It was just lag. Yeah, it was just lag. Okay. I think my cat's dreaming. Making weird noises in his sleep. Okay, yeah, a couple more places I need to fix up. Dreaming, not streaming. Actually, do people stream their animals? I know that sometimes they're included in other people's streams, like as a secondary camera. And I know there are YouTube channels for pets. But now I'm wondering, do people actually stream their their pets without themselves in the stream? Why is this persisting? It's just taking time to catch up. Anyway, forget about that. We'll just run the test. So this was WebSocket, our WebGate test. There we go. Right, so it's empty string. Actually, why is it empty string? I wrote the code, didn't I? Petcam, yeah. But do people, is that against TOS on Twitch? To stream pets? I guess it probably isn't because people stream growing marijuana, right? So they could stream their pets. All right. Let's trace through this and find out what's going on. So that should go into this connection, new connection, right? What's it called? I can't remember what it's called. Not make connection. Oh, it was register, right? Register resource. Oh, wait. That's right. We only get it if they actually completely make a WebSocket. So this test isn't complete yet. My bad. We can't just connect. We have to make a WebSocket. We have to upgrade it to WebSocket. So where did I copy that from? Let us just look for that. There we go. Yes, this thing. Send request, await response. So that upgrades it to WebSocket. I need to do that. There we go. A lot of streams is a waste, yeah. Especially the reruns. I don't really understand reruns. Because can't they just look at your highlighted VOD or whatever? Actually, I guess isn't that all rerun is? It's just scheduled VOD playing. then maybe it's not such a waste. All right, let's try again. Yay! I didn't break anything, did I? No, let's run everything. I always get nervous when I don't break anything. Isn't that weird? It's like I expect something to be broken, and then nothing says it's broken. I'm like, there should be something broken. All right, we'll just take it as a good sign. We now get the IP address of every client, whether we want it or not. There we go. It's there as IP address. Deal with it. All right. This is primarily in the WebGate, right? So provide IP address with every incoming WebSocket. Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh, I don't keep it in the WebSocket context. I should do that, right? WebSocket context. So that is in its own little file down here. So we have WebSocket. So I guess my intent was to store it here. How would I check? How would I test that? That's in the coordinator. That's used in the coordinator. You have to think about this. I have to take a short break. I'll be right back in a couple minutes. In the meantime, well, no, I don't have this yet. I've been meaning to make a nice BRB screen. So my apologies, you'll have to suffer through the static image for another minute or two. But I hope to make a better one soon. I'll be right back. Hello. I'll be back. WebSocket context. Here's where we make it. It's all internal to the coordinator, so it's going to be kind of hard to test, right? Oh, wait. No, this is strangely available to the outside, right? Because it's exposed. It's exposed, I thought. That's why I had to put it in this file. Maybe it's not. Coordinators interface. There was get client connections, and that had a client record. But we don't have the WebSocket there because the WebSocket. Oh no, the WebSocket's the key, but we don't have the context given to the WebSocket. Okay, yeah, it's internal only. So it's gonna be hard for me to test it. We'll be testing it indirectly later when we are checking for bands, right? So I'm just gonna I just think I'm just going to add it right now and not put it in as a test. Pick it up by your test later. Okay, so where it is set. Message. The messaging. Right, so this one. This is for server connections. I don't care for this one. It's only for client connections I care about. Yes, so if it's a private connection. So this new incoming connection, I want to get that extra flag. So let's make it a requirement by writing the code for it. All right? And that won't build at all because, hey, I need to pass it in. So let's add it in all the right places. This looks similar to what I wrote a little bit ago, doesn't it? Let us steal the documentation. There we go. Of the server or client. Actually, you know what I can do? I can just keep it around for if private. If not private. For public connections only. And we need to put it in the implementation as well. And then it needs to be stored. For public connections, this is the IP address of the client. Formatted as a string. All right. And then here we do the final connection here. There we go. You guys might hate it when I do that, but I really don't like the lines getting really long, and I'd rather break it up one parameter per line because a diff to remove something is only one line and doesn't touch the other parameters in the diffs. All right. So that shouldn't have broken anything. I'll just check that in as a part of the last thing we did. Because I didn't push that yet, right? Waiting to see that pass? Okay, good. So let us amend and put that in there with it. Actually, I'm going to amend that and say store IP address in WebSocket context. In the coordinator, store IP addresses. There we go. Okay. Done with that. Add a method to the web server's public interface to ban an IP. All right, this will be fun. So we're going to go back again to the web server. HTTP test source server test. And we'll just copy something from, one of these is fine. What we'll do is we'll just say manually ban client. All right. So the idea is we're going to ban them before they even try to connect. So right after mobilize, we'll say server.ban mock client. And what we will expect to see is when we try to connect, it'll immediately be broken. There we go. And I don't need any of this stuff at all, actually. That's the minimal, I think. Still need these dependencies, transport and such. Okay, so let's make the ban method. Ban. Virtual. Ban. IP address. Actually, it's from this layer, it doesn't know it's the IP network, so we'll call it peer address. Add the given peer address to, or at least not just add, it's inflict a ban, impose a ban on the given peer address. All right. It's actually impose a ban on connections from. We should probably put bans are not permanent. They are lifted after the configurable time, configurable amount, after a configurable amount of time has elapsed. Should I say what it is? Probably. Well, no, this is the public interface. I guess we do want to say what it is. It was a configuration item, right? Initial ban period. After the initial ban period, configurable amount of time in seconds has elapsed. Unless banned again, unless banned repeatedly, in which case the ban period is multiplied, is doubled for each ban. Okay, that's enough said. This is the address of the peer whose connections should be banned. All right. Yeah, I'm starting to cough more. When I get to my tolerance of coughing, I'm going to have to stop the stream. That's the public API. Now the concrete API needs to override that. And actually all the places where I do a mock of the web server, I need to override as well. What would be a way to find that out? I guess all of the hits on git configuration item. Okay, not... We actually never mock it. Okay, that's good. So in the real servers, next to get timekeeper. Hey there, playing with scissors. How are you doing? Is work any better these days? It's going okay for me, although I don't know how much I can stream today because I just still have a sore throat and coughing. I'm seeing how far I can get today in doing these little things that are low-hanging fruit as far as minimizing the impact of attacks on my server. So yeah, about a third of the way through for today. Going pretty well. Good job. Good job at new job. Alright, so don't need anything there yet. I just need this to compile. So again, this will compile and fail. And then we make it succeed. Where's my new test? There it is. Manually banned client. Fails. They are not banned. So let us do the banning. So I have an internal function already called banhammer. I'm hoping to use that. This is it. This is exactly it. Actually, why do I look up the client before I call banhammer? Do I need to do that? Oh, because in this case I already had the client. You know, we don't need to do that. Yeah, let's remove that. Let's do the lookup inside of banhammer. 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 So let's look up the client. And then we don't need this. We can just do this. And then I can just simply call banhammer from the outer method ban with the holding the mutex. All right. So I don't need client. I don't need to do this lookup. And this has a redundant lookup, which is fine. Okay. So then the outer one just calls the inner one. Oh, wait a minute. I need to get the mutex first. Where is that pesky mutex? I have a mutex, don't I? Yes, I should. Yeah, lock guard. Mutex. Only it's going to be an impl mutex. And then banhammer. Banhammer. Oh, he's gone again. I can't even say his name because he's lurking. And I honor lurkers by not saying names. Alright, let's see if this passes now. Yay! He's banned! Alright, that was quick and easy. If only the rest of this work today went as smoothly. So again, stuff like the changes to the web server, it's all open source, MIT license. You guys are always free to go into that GitHub there and find it. You'll see in a moment this check-in. So server, add public API for banning clients by IP address. Commit that, and then I push it, and then you guys have it. Oh, you unlurked yourself. No, I didn't ban you. This is an API for my web server so we can ban people who misbehave in the game. As in try to hack. So yeah, no problem. Go back to lurking. Oh, by the way, whenever you see, I know you guys can't see what shirt I'm wearing, but pretty much I only own one purple shirt. And can you guess what's on that purple shirt? Let's see if I can time this correctly. It's what? An average of 5-second delay. So if I say this, and then wait 5 seconds. There we go. Did I time it right? Botland shirt, yes. I am a walking, living advertisement for Adam13531's channel. Alright, so we're done with that. Done. Add method of WebGate to forward IP ban requests to the server. Wait a minute. Ah, yeah, so it's basically put a ban on WebGate as well. Okay, so let's do that. And that is another test in WebGate. WebGate tests. All right, so let's copy that, paste it, and let's say manually ban client. So it's sort of like the last one I did, but before making the connection, we'll ban them right away. So I don't really need to do this, right? I can just have a flag. Make sure we should never receive a callback. Received WebSocket. And we'll just set it to true if it ever happens. So we configure, bind, and here we'll immediately ban. Gate ban. I think it's still called mock client, yeah. Ban the mock client, and then when we try to make a connection and upgrade to a WebSocket, actually we shouldn't even get that far. Let's do it anyway. We'll try to send... Actually, what does this do if it gets disconnected on us? It doesn't await response. It's going to delay 100 milliseconds. I don't know if I want to tolerate that. Actually, we can shortcut it, right? We should expect it to be broken at that point. Broken. There we go. That's a Boolean, right? Yes. All right. So we need a ban on the WebGate. So we're just basically putting the same method I had on the server now is on the facade of the server, which is what's called WebGate in my game. So here it is. Ban. I'll even copy the comments. There we go. And WebGate is mocked everywhere, so I will need to modify a couple places. Here's the real deal. We're gonna have to override the pure virtual function. And then here's the mock of it. We have to override it, but we don't really have to do anything. We do nothing. Okay, and then yes. Implement it down here. Okay, so this will fail because it doesn't do anything. Let's verify. Verification. Go. Correct. It is not implemented yet. So to implement it, I suppose we have to go to all of the web servers we have, right? Or do I just need to go to the public one? Yeah, so we can only do it if we have bound the public web front end. So I think we'll just return early if it's null. Otherwise, why is this so slow to update? I don't know. Public HTTP ban. We're just basically forwarding it if it is available. Yay! That wasn't so hard. Run all the things, and let's check that in while it works. This is in the gain this time. So I don't know if you noticed, but I've reverted back to using Git GUI because overall I was just not happy with the smart Git C or whatever it was. Still haven't found a Git UI that I like better. This one I like, except for there's no dark theme. I could probably just customize the crap out of the color scheme to make it mostly dark theme, but I'm just too lazy. Yes, okay. So WebGate. Add API to ban clients by IP address. Public clients. Because we ain't gonna ban private connections, because those are us. All right. One more down. Okay, ban IP if no identification. Okay, we already have a test for that. So now what we can do is just update the test to verify that it's been banned. So let's find that test. That's in the coordinator. I did this on Wednesday, I think. Let's collapse all these. Right, close. So it's going to be close and ban. Well, actually, it's just ban, right? Ban public client. Okay, so we're modifying this test a little bit. So we let some time elapse, and we verified that we've released them. So actually, you know what I'll do? Is I'll leave that test the way it was, and I'll just make another one. Because this one will be, does it get closed? And this one will be, does it get banned? Because then what I'll do is the offense that got it to be banned will be part of the arrange. We don't need to assert this, right? Actually, yeah, all we need to do, hold on, let me think about this. Yeah, the WebGate is completely mocked, right? So actually I can go back. Hold on. Go back and call that ban. But close and ban. Close public connection and ban client. Because we can just check here. Expect true mock WebGate. Banned, find, or is banned. Let's make a helper is banned. This add connection, does it, what does it use for the address? It just uses the connection context, which makes a new mock connection. Which is returning mock client. Okay, so we'll make a helper called is banned. Let's check this at the beginning that it's not banned. So they'll start out as being not banned, and they will become banned. All right. Properties, methods, here we go. So all right, so we need to make a banned list here. Let's make it a set. That's the easiest, I think. How come string? It's weird that I don't have string and all those includes. So set of strings. Banned. Return banned find IP address is not equal, no, is equal, no, banned is if it's in the set, right? So not equal to banned end. I guess I could make that all one line. It's short enough. Okay, now the last piece is that if we're told to ban them, we do it. So banned insert peer address. And I don't care what it returns. There we go. That should fix the test. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. No, the test is now set up to work. But it should start by failing. Is it won't ban them, right? Yeah, they're not banned. So we need to now ban them. And that is where do we decide to disconnect them? We need to also ban them. This is if they don't identify themselves. So this is going to be in, I think we did this in the worker thread. Let me try to remember this. That would be here. Disconnect timed out unidentified clients. Yeah, okay, it's in messaging. All right, so we erase them and then here we will ban them. So that is impl. Oh no, we have the webgate ourselves. Webgate ban. And then here's where I need the, I need to do it before I erase the entry because I need the IP address we stored there. Second.ip. Was it first? Oh no, I put it into the WebSocket context. No, I need it as part of the client record, don't I? Yeah, let's put it in the client record. So we'll expect it to be here. And we'll just move it there now. So, whoops. Right now, it is sitting in WebSocket context. I don't want it to put there. Let's put it in the client record instead. Client record. Actually, now that is readable. I can actually the test I was saying before I couldn't make. I can actually make after all because this is visible to the test, the unit test structure. So let's put it first, actually, so we know who they are. Actually, and we know that it's this is the IP address of the client. There we go. Yes. That should be okay now, right? It says it has no member, and yet it knows what it is. It's confused. A confusing IntelliSense. Okay, so, but here we need to change it a little bit differently, right? And move it up to here. So, this moves to here. Client dot. Right? And because of that, I can make a unit test now that checks that. So, let's do that. That is in coordinator tests, right? Maybe I should just include that in the test I already have that does a public connection. Let's look for the first one where we do a public connection. New WebSocket from public. Here we go. So what we can do is we can expect that there is a connection, and then furthermore, we can see that its address is mock client. Actually, let's make this an assert so that I can, actually, really, we should pull that out. This equals that. What does that actually give me? Load. It's a reference to the map. Okay. Right, so I need to say connections.begin and then dereference the second and go to IP address. And then expect that to be equal to mock client. Right, so that's what I thought I couldn't test before, but I actually can. Because I put it in the thing we can get from the test backdoor function, get client connections. All right. So yeah, I haven't implemented that, but let me verify that the new from public actually works. It doesn't. Interesting. Oh, because yeah, it's passed in here. I can put whatever I want. So let's put in I can put anything I want, any string. Any string. We can put each and everything. That's like a Kit Boga reference. All right. Cool. That makes me realize since we don't actually use mock connection. No, we do use mock connection. This one shortcut things though. The other one, this one does use mock connection, so we just need to have it do the ban. Yeah, that was back here, right? Unidentified. Disconnect time.clients, right? It does ban them. Huh. Let's see actually what happens. So we'll put a breakpoint there and run this test. Maybe I had the address wrong. Oh, the address is empty string. Shoot. How did that... Did the test pass it directly? 68, 61. Okay, it should have set the string correctly. So let me go look. Why is it not? That was where again? In new on web socket connection? No, a new connection? New incoming connection. So breakpoint here, run. No, it is. So why is it empty string? Oh, because it's empty string. Look at that. Yeah. Oh, even though we're using a mock connection up here, right, the mock connection is principally only used by the WebSockets. The WebSocket delegate gives the WebSocket, but it's also supposed to give the underlying connections. So, what should I do? You know what I feel like doing is, what do I feel like doing? Can make a, make an option, another optional argument here. No, you know, I'm just gonna say mock client. Keeps it simple. There we go. It makes it through. Whatever we put there makes it through, and then they get banned. Let's run everything again. Should probably work. And I can check this in. Yay. Do we store it in... Actually, let's check this in separately. That we moved it from here to here. With this change... tested by where is it? Each and everything, yes. This thing. This hunk. There's the test. There's the old location, the new, and then the implementation. Got it. Okay, so move client IP address from, move from WebSocket context to client record. Okay, and then this one is just to ban them. Ban clients who don't identify quickly. Okay, so from here on out, the other kinds of things we can get banned for should be quite easy because they're easy because they're leveraging the same mechanisms. So incoming frame too large. I already have something for that. Didn't I make this yesterday? I mean, Wednesday? Yeah, this max size thing, right? Right, so yeah, I just add the band thing, right? And then we're, so let's rename this. Close, let's actually abbreviate this. Close and ban client if WebSocket max frame size exceeded. There we go. This one should still pass. This one will fail because we don't ban them yet. Let's go ban them. Oh, actually, this might be a little bit more involved because the way this is set up is the WebSocket is told to auto close. Actually, we can catch it. So if on WebSocket closed, right? If we get the reason code that matches that the frame is too large. Yeah, I'm not testing for that. I need to look it up. There's like a code and a reason string every time you get closed. What happens here on receive data, right? So we're closing with 1002 frame too large. Actually, is 1002 the right code? I always forget these. Let's look it up because I'm not sure. WebSockets close code. Yeah, let's look at the RFC. Protocol error. I don't think we want protocol error, do we? I don't know. I guess we could consider if it's too long that we call it a protocol error. Why not? Or is that reserved for like if it really is an error of the RFC? Because the RFC has a much larger maximum error, a maximum frame size that's allowed, and it is not a protocol error. Oh, here we go. Maybe we should use 1003. Type of data. Oh, that's a type of data. Is there one for something else? Not consistent. Violates its policy. Ooh, I like this one. Oh, too big to process. That's even better. We're going to use that one. Which means I should probably update the tests for WebSocket to match that. Yes. So we will expect 1009. Frame too large. There we go. Let's test that one first. Not WebGate. WebSocket, please. Okay, thanks, bye. Alright, and then easy to fix. Simply a 9 there. Alright, so now if we get 1009, we can ban them. Right here. We'll see if code is 1009. And it's a public connection. If code is 1009, I know it looks like a magic number, but really it's the RFC's fault. We can make it a little bit prettier. We can say WebSocket close code when frame too large. There we go. Const expr int 1009. It is an int, right? It is an unsigned int. Whoa. Unsigned int. It's like a snobbish int. We don't accept negative numbers here. This is the code number given when a WebSocket is closed. Due to receiving what do I technically say? A message that is too big to be processed. Okay. So if we get that, then we will ban them. So that is WebGate ban client.ip address. You know what I also feel like doing right now is printing something when that happens. In the diagnostic log. Let's just do a diagnostic message here. Yeah. So level, what level do I want? I want to set it to the default that don't see it, maybe? No, let's see it. That's the default I've been using lately is 3. If I really don't want to see it, I'll raise everything to 4, I guess. Yeah. How many bans are we going to get anyway? Banning. I might want to add a reason code later. Right now we'll just know that we're banning IP address. Actually, I don't need to do formatted, do I? If I do this, followed by peer address, then I'm done. Alright. Anyway. I should pass our test, and now I should get that in the diagnostic log whenever that happens, too. Banned they are. Okay, check that in. Take that. Let's check this separate. WebGate. Diagnostic message on each ban. On every ban at WebGate level. Well, at this level. Alright, and then this is expect to ban for, right, expect to ban if WebSocket closed from frame being too large. Ban clients sending too large WebSocket messages. Back. Playing with Scissors is back. He's back, and he's, I don't know. Wrapping up the day. I'm just in the middle of mine. Funny how that works when the world is flat. Oh, thanks for the follow. That's a very succinct name, by the way. I4T. All right. Yes. But why playing with scissors? The world is flat after all. Aren't we all in the same time zone? Actually, how do flat earth people think about time differences? How do they justify that? I guess they would the only way that would work is they would have to say, well, the sun is actually pretty close to the earth, so that the angle is different, right? Yeah, it's a spotlight in the sky and much closer, yeah. Yeah, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. Okay, so let's see. We're done with that, right? Done. Okay, and now I think we're getting to the more difficult ones. And if the message frequency is too high. So I did this, I did connection frequency. No, I did message frequency in the web server layer, but not on the web, not in the, where would it be? In the WebGate level? Maybe that's where we would do it. I'd make a good flat earther dude. Yeah, with my raggedy beard. And questionable belief systems. Let's see. I'm looking for a good choke point here. If all messages come in here first, this would be great. No. No, it actually goes into, where does that go actually? Messaging? Yes, it all comes in here. On WebSocket. Actually, it makes me think we should ban binary messages altogether right now because they're not expected. Well, no, we can count them. Why not? If they come in and there's no... Oh, it's just ignored. Oh, well, thank you, Mike. I appreciate the backup there. Hells yeah. We're just gonna get on that rocket and prove the world's flat. Okay, Kona. All right, so... I think what I want to do is have a helper that we call every time we get to here. Actually, we get to here, and it will either ban them or they won't. So something like this: if not check message frequency context return. And we'll have to do that in both for binary messages and where's my text message at? Actually, I only want to do it for public connections, right? So here. Actually, that. So it should really be given the client. Right here. Client. Yes, so that moves in here. All right, so let's make this. This will be a new function. Client record. Count another message received from the given client and check to see if too many messages have been received in the configured time interval. If so, ban the client. Heavy-handedness. Param in out. You're in the middle of learning JavaScript and seeing this. This isn't JavaScript though. This is C++. Oh, you know this isn't JavaScript. Well, it could be because my code is ugly. I have a bad habit of not cleaning up the code, especially when I'm first writing it. I always have to come back and refactor to clean it up, which is one reason that I enjoy streaming on Twitch, is that people will tell me, hey, your code needs to be cleaned up. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Because I need to be told that. So that could be why it scares you. It just said it's ugly. So then it's not your fault at all, it's mine. What else could it be? Just the syntax is just different. There's a lot more in C++ and C, they're older languages, so there's a lot more CRUD, right? So there's a lot of extra syntax and things you have to do that you don't have to worry about in JavaScript. So, are you talking about the wall of text with different ifs? Where did we see that? Oh, is that here? Yeah, that's just bad code. Yeah, don't let this scare you. That's just this code really needs to be refactored. I think I must have said it a dozen times for this function. It's not your fault, it's mine. Right, I need to finish writing this. Client. Yeah, pay it no mind. Other than, feel free to nag me to clean it up. If I don't get to it, then the more I get nagged, the more I'm likely to make a note to go refactor. Well, if it's cleaned up, it should be readable. Like, there wouldn't be as many ifs, and there wouldn't be a big wall if it's cleaned up. When I clean up the code, it's not just to, like, format it. It's to break it up into smaller functions. So something huge like this might go into 3 functions, and it'd be like maybe 1/3 the size. And the idea is that if you can read this, you wouldn't have to know the internals, what check message frequency is, but you know that it's going to be checking the frequency of messages when it gets to this point, right? Oh, well, I don't know. I bet you'll find that after you've written enough code, you'll be able to go back and say, hey, that stuff doesn't look as scary as it did before. I bet when we were all young, right, we were learning to read, large books with tiny letters scared us back then too. So it's the same kind of thing. Yeah, please do. Please keep me posted as you learn JavaScript. You'll probably soon surpass me because I am, I don't know, only like a year into JavaScript myself. All right, check message frequency needs a body. We're going to put it at the end. Why did I do that? Oh, I forgot to finish the sentence here. This is the client. Well, this holds information about the client whose message frequency we are about to check. Or we are to check. All right. Hey there, eMadden. Server's going good. Right, today I'm recovering from the flu, so I'm just trying to take it easy. I'm finishing the work I was doing on Wednesday before I got sick, and it's just doing all the little things that I can to make it less likely for my game to be taken down by hackers. So the simple things. Hopefully I don't get under a serious attack, because if I do, I probably need to put a content delivery network in between my server and the public. But hopefully I don't need to do that, and just simple things like this will be enough. Putting temporary bans on IP addresses that you send messages that are too big, send them too often, make too many connections, that kind of thing. So that's what I'm working on today. C and JavaScript. Sort of. More C++ than C, but yeah. Are you looking up for security? I'm looking at security from various angles, so what's best to show for that? Maybe my notebook? The connections between clients and servers are using transport layer security, so that's one level of security. Also, when clients connect to the server, I can show that in the admin console here. We'll open the network tab thing, and I'll show you. Let's reload that, and I'll just run the cluster. Run, cluster, run. So if I were to show you any of these connections, and I go to the top here, you see how there's a challenge? That's because I'm trying to identify myself as an admin. The challenge is doing a public-private key authentication, so I have to take that challenge and sign it with a private key and send it back. So that's another level of security. And then for users, when we register a new account, like Hunter2 for the password, right? I have several levels of security. So you have to prove you're a robot by passing a Google CAPTCHA test. When you register, it has to be a strong enough password, so Hunter2 isn't acceptable. I have to do something like, I don't know, correct battery horse staple. And I'm not just making that up. That's from a XKCD cartoon. Oh, did I crash the server? Oh, I got banned. That's funny. I wonder how I got banned. Oh, because it's probably the message was too big, right? I have a small message. That's funny. Anyway, what I was going to show you is that when you register an account and you use the correct password, another level of security is we hash the password with randomized salt. So there's like many layers of security going on here. And yeah, it would feel like a rabbit hole, especially if you're coming in fresh. We're on stream 115, so I put in more than 400 hours on this so far. I did lock myself out of my server there, didn't I? Yeah, the WebGate banned me for... I bet it's because the message size was too big. How would I see that? I would probably see that on the network tab. Yeah, see, it's just trying. Too many attempts to connect, so I don't know which one is which. Who knows which one it was on? The one where we registered a... Okay, it's not sorting them, that's the problem. There's where we sent in the password and it was too weak. Shoot. I don't know which one it was. I want to find out which one it is. Oh, I can scroll with the keyboard. There we go. No. I wonder if we got banned on the very second access. Well, the times are all wrong. Or let me try this again. Okay. Try again. Correct battery horse staple. I'm gonna cheat. I think I misspelled it. Yes. Okay. So yeah, show the next level of security. Because I like to show this stuff. I'm also sort of demonstrating a bit about how the server works for anyone who's joining in. I have a cluster of servers, so each server has its own state of the game, and the game state is in the form of the sequence of commands. So here's another level of security. We do a very elaborate chain of hash functions to compute hashes of passwords along with their salts, which are random strings used in the hashing algorithm, and they're pretty long strings, so that we never store passwords in the clear. We always hash them with a pretty exhaustive algorithm to make it difficult to crack them. So yeah, another level of security there. And I've lost a bunch of chat explaining this stuff. Hey there, Ramy. Wowie indeed. Okay, see you, Mike. Everyone, go check out Mike's stream later. Whether or not he's working on Thrusty's Ship, his game that just came out, or his new Twitch game. It would be weird if I was able to know why you were banned client side. Yeah, so I'm not telling them why they're banned. I'm just disconnecting them, and on the server end, it's saying that they're banned. I wonder why it got banned though. Probably because I had the limits set too low. Let me see what the limits are set to. 10 requests within a second. The message frame was kind of high. I have no idea why it got banned. I guess we'll have to wait for it to happen again. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to add more diagnostics to find out. But anyway, it got through that time. So I demonstrated like the security we use in the WebSockets is all transport layer security. So it's WSS. It's like HTTPS. Then admin connections use public-private key encryption. And non-admins use hashed passwords. And so the level of security we're adding on today are basically just checks to make sure that if you try to do any of these bad things, you get banned. And the bans aren't permanent again. Usually IP addresses are just used temporarily by hackers. They'll attack a site, and then the next day they'll be using a different IP address anyway. So our bans are only temporary to kind of ward them off, like ignore them for a while. Hopefully they go away. The ban periods exponentially increase, though, if they keep pestering us. But certain things that we can do that are easy are we set a cap on the length of a web request, right? We ban them if it exceeds that. We ban them if they don't give us a password within a certain amount of time. Actually, that might be why I got banned. I bet I tripped the minimum. I bet that's what it is. I tripped the minimum, the maximum time. This 3 second. I bet it was longer than 3 seconds. That's what happened. Anyway, that if the message is too big, and then right now I'm working on if there are messages too quickly. So just different ways hackers might try to exploit or load the server. They're not going to prevent hackers, but they're going to I use the word mitigate because it's limiting the damage, limiting the effect, and discouraging it to be done. All right. I was implementing this function, right? We're checking the frequency of messages. Oh, and I've completely forgotten to make a unit test for this. So let me just do a true here to get the old behavior. Make sure that no tests are broken, and then I will write the unit test for it first. Strings limit, yeah. I do have I did that Wednesday. So there are different limits. There's a limit to how long the first line of HTTP message can be. There's an overall limit to the... Where is it? I guess... Do I not set it? I'm not setting it so it's set to the default. I should set it though. Let me add it. There's an overall message size limit. Let's add that. Everything is through WebSockets, so messages should be small, so we can kind of keep it tight. Where did I put it? Sorry, I'm a little lost. Ah, here it is. Max message size. You can actually set this to be pretty small. Let's set it to be 1,000 as well. So that if someone opens up a socket to our game server and just starts spitting out thousands and thousands of X letters or something, it just close them right away when they get to 1,000. Say, see ya, we won't talk to you for a minute at least. Actually, that's this one. Initial ban is a minute. Yeah. All right, so that's in there. We have a max. So I want to test for sending messages too frequently. Let's steal from this test. All right, so close and ban client if WebSocket frames sent too frequently. Thank you for the follow, Ghastly Pompano. When do you think you'll start working on the actual game? I think we're coming down to a week or two at this point. Just looking at the major systems of the game. I don't technically need a lot of this stuff. I was actually probably going to prototype the entity component system first, instead of doing the GUI stuff. But I could do GUI stuff too. The view rendering, showing tiles. Probably in a week or two. But it's not... Look at all the subsystems I have to do before it's actually playable. So it'll be like pieces of game. My back is killing me still. Alright, so... I'm doing all this backend stuff because I want to get it up on the Amazon Web Services so that when I actually have pieces of game, you guys can actually play around with it too, and it's not just me. Close and bit. Right, to frequency. So, all right, let's like put it in here. WebSocket modeled after maybe this one. Too many frames threshold. And then too many, whoops. Too many frames measurement period. Both doubles, so actually these are, no, they go up here, right? These ones are meant for the web server. They have to be strings. These ones do not. To make it the same kind of thing, it's like only 10 messages a second. Later, I'll have to allow it to be increased, but we can start off small. Get a standing desk. I need to actually have my own working area that's not shared with the family first. That's my first problem. We have a lot of we don't have a lot of space in our house these days. If we had more space, then I wouldn't have two kids sharing a bedroom. Let's just put it that way. Actually, when my kids are all off into college, I'll probably take one of their old bedrooms and turn it into a study, and then I'll be able to get like a standing desk and show the and show more behind me, and not have such a constricted view. Oh, they were in high school. That's how old I am. I have kids that are in high school. Okay. I don't think I care if it's an admin or not. Hey there, Tua Bud. How's it going? Okay, it's 3 hours. I actually thought my voice would die by now, but it's still going okay. Okay, except for it just broke. Okay, well, let's make a test message. It doesn't really matter what this is. Say, hello. Did I get the time to try C-Line? Hey, thanks for the follow. I can almost figure out what that word is supposed to be pronounced as. Power down system, right? I did look at Sea Lion, and what were my notes on Sea Lion? I think I had favorable things to say about it, except for it really didn't fit what I had in mind. Yeah, it looks like I looked into Sea Lion 3 times. No, I was asked to look into Sea Lion 3 times. I finally did. It was this time really, really take a look at it. So my feedback was it definitely looked like a contender for C and C++, but it didn't support other languages. So yeah, I kind of stopped when I realized I couldn't use it for Lua or JavaScript. So it's definitely a contender, though, especially because it had its own debugging tools and stuff like that. So I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just I want to stick to something right now that lets me do all the languages I need. Plugin? It's got plugins. Does it have plugins for Lua and JavaScript and Python? If so, then reconsidering time. That would be awesome, right? If there were plugins for all the languages. It has all the plugins IntelliJ has. Really? This is about Sea Lion. Ooh. Okay. It's getting real now. I'll have to look into that again. I think the other hang-up was it wasn't free, right? But really, free versus paid really just adds a weight on one side of the scale, and I just need enough on the other side of the scale, like as terms of like convenience and features and all that to outweigh it. All right, so for the frequency thing is we're going to send. Let's try sending 11 messages in a second. So. Actually, too many, so that when it gets to 10 in a second. How do I want to do this? Just try to send it 10 times? So let's send it 9 times, expecting each time for it not to be banned. Wow. Cool. Okay, you the man or woman or gender neutral term, Tua Bud. Thank you very much. That is cool. I didn't know that. I guess I just assumed from the main landing page for Sea Lion that it was just C and C++. Okay, this is different. It should be false. And it will be 1 because it's only 1. The other test had 2 going down to 1. This will be 0. And this can be expect. Well, yeah, these can all be expect. It saved you from quitting the that's pretty cool. That's a high testament, isn't it? Eclipse, yeah. Who isn't fed up with Eclipse? IntelliJ, Android Studio is based off of IntelliJ, isn't it? And that I have mixed feelings about. Okay, so I want to send it one more time. It should get us banned. And I'm not even going to bother to deal with the... Actually, no, I am. I'm going to first run it a bunch of times, advancing the time by 0.2 seconds. So let's do it 50 times, each time advancing. So mock time keeper plus equals 0.2. So the frequency will be 5. And then within basically all simultaneously, we'll send 9 more. Actually, that will get us banned, right? Actually, okay, so before that, let's advance it completely out of range. Let's do it for good measure. And then 9 more should not get us banned, but the 10th one will. Sound good? I remember ReSharper. I loved that tool when I used it years ago. It was paid for by the company I was working at, though. So when I left that company, I lost access to it. You don't like Kotlin? I think Rally Monkey was looking into Kotlin. I didn't really look into it because, you know what? To tell you the truth, it seemed like Google's version of Swift. You know, Apple said Objective-C is too old. Let's make Swift. So I thought that Google's Kotlin seemed like they're the Android equivalent of that. You don't understand why I was so hyped? Oh, it's not by Google? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Google adopted it, maybe? Interesting. I shouldn't say things with so much surety that I don't really know. I guess I assumed it was from Google because they hyped it so much for Android, right? Anyway, I don't want to get too stuck. I want to keep forward motion. The unit test I just changed was this one. This will fail because it does not get banned at the end. Right, okay. So the setup is good. Now I have to do the actual frequency stuff. So I'm going to cheat and copy. I have already the frequency measuring code in the web server, because I did this many moons ago. Where was it exactly, though? In period? Too many requests threshold. This is it. Okay, here we go. So the way I did it was I had a double-ended queue of request times, and then every time a new request came in, you would push something onto the back, and then we would pop them out until the front one was the measurement period. Now, you know, minus that period, and then we just count the number of ones that remained in there, and if it was bigger than the threshold, then we threw an error. So I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna have a double-ended queue of time measurements for the client record. We're gonna put it right here, and double-ended queue. Yep, my web server is in C++. Yes, indeedy. If you want to check it out, it's in my GitHub. Let's look under my GitHub under HTTP. I have both a web server and web client. Hey man, was that, are you talking to me or someone else? Oh, hey there, Jesse Skinner. Jesse! Check out Jesse's stream. I haven't gotten a chance to see his stream because we usually stream at the same time. And plus I've been sick, so. But, yeah, Jesse, what have you been working on recently? Why in C++? Mostly because of my background. I have been working on C++ stuff for like 20-something years. So I'm just very comfortable with it. I enjoy working with it. And I'm getting my feet wet in Python and JavaScript as well, because all my front end is in JavaScript using the React framework. So all this stuff is in React. I know it's not much yet, but this has got a little bit more. It's my admin console. This is all in JavaScript React. It's not the prettiest because I'm a new guy as far as JavaScript goes. And my automated tools are in Python, so that I actually enjoy Python stuff. But yeah, most of the stuff I do is in C++ because I'm just used to it and I enjoy working in it. So yeah, I got Python stuff. Look at that. It's even async IO Python stuff. Look at that. Async. All right, so putting in double-ended queue. These are samples of the timekeeper each point when the client... Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I want. PHP. Only questions, no comments, huh? Working on a variety of AWS DevOps. Oh, cool. I've been planning to dust off my AWS notes because I did research on that late last year, but I haven't touched it in several months, and I want to use it for putting my game up because just the positive experience I had working with it was really nice. I know it's not the cheapest, but oh no, I try not to put comments in my code, except for when I'm declaring variables. And as we all know, in Python, you don't declare your variables, so I'm just kidding. I think it's because for the deploy tool, it was just a quick and dirty tool. And I didn't bother commenting things. If you actually want to see something I wrote that does have comments and it's written in Python, check out my Mugget tool, which I used for managing my workspace. So I have not one Git repository, but many. And it looks kind of like Android's repo tools manifest, where it's a simple little list in XML of URLs, paths, and branches to sub-repositories. So I wrote a Python tool that parses all this and can do things like check if any of them have changes, check out different branches, that kind of thing. That's got comments in it. Okay, so that client... So I'm going to just kind of steal this code that I had from the web server and put it into the game server. There we go. That code goes into here. The code wasn't self-documenting? I thought it was. Should I open it again? I feel challenged. Look, Compute Digest does what it says. Yeah. Don't these describe what they do? This one I felt compelled to comment about. I had a rant on stream about this. So, you guys all know what base64 is, right? It's a way to take binary data and you encode into base64. Basically, you're generating ASCII text that contains that binary data using more bytes, but each character is really an ASCII character, so that you can transmit it safely over a text channel like email. That's what it's originally designed for. Well, for some reason, the people that designed the base64 encode for Python said, hey, let's have it return a binary. And I'm like, WTF. The whole point of doing base64 encoding is to make it fit into text. Why are you returning binary? So I actually had to do a second step where I had to decode the encoded base64 encoded and then decode it as ASCII in order to get it as a string to put it into JSON. It was really silly. Hey there, Rita. A big old wave to you. Yeah, anyway, that's the only comment I did because I was ranting that day. But I thought that this was pretty self-documenting. Okay, maybe this is a little deep. This just needs to be refactored is all. Yeah, this is all just quick and dirty stuff. I'll probably polish this up later. Java does the same thing. So base64, and I thought it gave you a string. Really? Base64 encode gives you binary? It's just so wrong. Okay, so this actually just say return that, and reverse it. It's, whoops, it's true if we are not yet at the threshold. Okay, so that is available through the main implementation object. I just need to pull these out, and I don't have a response. Okay. So these are from the configuration. Const double that equals impl config cached configuration, and then where I decide to put it. Actually, why did I put it in WebGate? They really don't go there, do they? The WebGate's not doing this measurement, is it? Maybe it should. Oh no, it can't. That's right. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. The WebGate actually doesn't handle messages. It just sets up the connection. So these really don't belong here. Let's put them down here. And we'll just remove the word WebGate from it. So it's, we'll just say client. Client, too many messages threshold. There we go. All right, so I need to make sure that I go and update the tests to match. So this goes there, and this goes there, and we remove this there. All right. Okay, so this is what we're going to pull out of here. And then the other constant we need is this one. And that is, did I get these backwards? I think I did. There we go. Measurement period, and then too many is too many. All right, let's see if that passes things. Hey, multiple pixels. How's it going? Oh, so yeah, I had the flu over the weekend, which really sucked. And now my back hurts because I messed it up not using proper back support while I was cooped up with the flu. So I'm sort of messed up today. Trying to make it through my normal 4 hours, and I'm working on low-hanging fruit, so to speak, on how we can cut short any client connections that abuse the server. So I'm working right now on closing connections and banning the source IP if we receive too many. The frequency of messages is too high. And we already did that, a similar ban for if we receive messages that are too long, or if they connect and just don't say who they are, and other things. So, sort of like homegrown security, low-hanging fruit. That's what we're working on today. Let's try this again. Okay, it didn't work. It didn't work. I should check to see that I'm actually doing the right thing when this returns. No, I'm not. It's just returning. Okay, that's probably why it's not working. We need to actually... Oh, no, I intended to actually ban them. So if... I wanted to ban them in one place, which is here. Ban, so... where was it? WebGate, right? WebGate ban client IP address. Return false. False return true. There, that's what I intended. That's what I wanted to do, and I forgot. Try again. Okay, it's still not working. Oh, no, but we got... It got banned right away. Okay, actually probably should print out what iteration it got banned on, right? Oh, and it didn't Okay, we forgot to disconnect also. Okay, let's do that. We, clients? Erase? Client? Hold on. We have to know the key, though. Which means we need to pass the WebSocket in. Right. Because it's the clients is a map from WebSocket to client record. We have the WebSocket available, so we can just pass it in. Sorry for passing a shared pointer, but that's what my keys are right now, and that's how I'm going to do the key lookup. I know I'm otherwise making a silly adref release I don't need, but my apologies. This is the WebSocket connection to the client. All right. Because with that, I erased the WS, and I don't care what it returns. Did I, it did print the iteration number. Let's see what iteration it's failing on. Oh, now it's passing. Now it's failing. That's weird. Sometimes it passes, and sometimes it fails. Oh, look at that. Reliably, it's every other time. I wonder why. Oh, no, it's just random. Oh, that's funny. I have some kind of race. When it's failing, it's near the end. Okay, but that shouldn't be the case. Your Twitch chat is broken. Oh, we have an Indorn here. How's it going, Indorn? So, I take it Adam's done then. How did his stream go? Did he fix a lot of bugs? Or was he going to triage today? Oh no, he was doing guest accounts. So can you log in to Botland as a guest yet? You can see chat now. Good. Cool. So I can wave again. Here, I will wave again so you can see my wave. Had some Linux issues. Oh no! So yeah, why am I failing on iteration 46? It's supposed to advance the time by 0.2 so that we should see no more than 5 every second measuring periods. Let's just see what happens. I want to put a breakpoint in here and just tell it to go. Hold on. Didn't hit the breakpoint. Hold on. How did it get banned? I think it's getting banned somewhere else. Okay, where might it be? Let me think. I guess I can... Oh, thanks for the follow, Mr. Blade Brown. Let me put a breakpoint on the ban function. Let's see where it actually gets hit. There we go. Where are we being banned? We're not. Okay, what the heck's going on? Is it that it should be banned? Oh. What? Okay, I be confused. Where are you? Mock WebGate. Who be banned? It is banned. Why? I thought I put a breakpoint on the ban. Oh, wait, wait. That's the real WebGate, not the ban, not the, what's this doing? I need to put one on the fake web, the mock. That's right. Yes, yes. Ban. There we go. Put it there. All right, let's see. We will figure this out. It's the last thing we do today. Pixels. Multiple pixels. Did I say hi to multiple pixels? I think I did. All right, so how did we get here? We got here. Oh, we didn't identify ourselves. Yeah, we should identify ourselves because the other reason to get banned is if you don't identify yourselves. Okay, let's do that. To ID ourselves, we have to have an account, which I've been meaning to make a helper function. I don't yet, so it's this ugly bunch of code here. So we will identify ourselves as Alex. So we'll have Alex identify themselves, and they identify themselves by giving that password right when they connect. Then there is no risk of being disconnected due to not being identified. There we go. Let's try this again. Okay, now it's consistently passing. So to make it fail, I should just be able to restrict this to 5 and it'll fail, right? Because here, if it's only, it'll hit 5 within a second if you only advance 0.2, right? Yeah, and it shows it'll fail right away on iteration 5, probably. Oh, on 3 it did. Oh, because the other 2 messages counted. Yeah. Okay, I think this works. So we now have the ability to limit chatty clients. They chat too much, they get banned. Always another verbose expression. I never heard that before. Vernacular English. I see. All right, so verify that passes. Let's make sure I didn't break anything. And hopefully I didn't, and this will go into Git. I think I'm going to have to end soon, though, because I could feel my voice starting to get really rough. Rough. This is separate. I just forgot to add it, so let me check that in separate. Add max message size to web server configuration. We have a pretty strict limit because the only messages that should go to our servers right now are WebSocket upgrade requests. All right, so this is the whole new feature we just added. Coordinator. Limit client message frequency. Actually, looks like I had a crash. Ooh, I broke a bunch of things. Look at that. What did I break? Oh, I bet I know what it is. These aren't set, and so, yeah. That was just stupid of me. There's no defaults set. I didn't add them. And those are added here. In initializer list format. Hopefully that was it. Okay, run them all again, please. Yeah, I know. This was, I was planning on refactoring this today, but then I added too many things on this list, and I figured I'll do the refactoring some other day. This file is too big. It's almost 7,000 lines long. And the settings is pretty, there's a lot of settings in my server now. There are quite a few things you can configure. Yes, sir. I didn't want to have any magic numbers, so anything that would have been a magic number is a configurable item somewhere. Yes, okay, nothing fails. Gut. Get good. Okay. Coordinator. Tests. Set reasonable message frequency defaults. Yeah, that test framework is just too enormous. I need to break it up. Are you guys gonna have wait a minute. You guys like to fight, but you have to be on equal footing to fight, right? I just don't I don't know. Don't abuse your status playing with scissors, that's all I ask. Alright. Hey, look at that. Things and stuff. I'm gonna mark that off because I think we're done. The question is, will my voice last long enough to do these last things, or do I want to just call it? The idea is we want to track the number of connections from any one IP address and put a cap on the number of them. Also, yeah, cap the number of connections that a given player can. I don't know if I really need to do these, actually. Actually, if I do this one, maybe this is handled for me. Because if this limit is imposed, then they would have to connect with different player connections all from the same IP. Why would I want to restrict that? Maybe I'll leave these off for now. How do I want to do this? I know what I'll do. I'll take these out and make a new card to consider later. Further security restrictions to consider. Maybe someone will talk me into or out of doing these. Okay, and then back to this card. This one. There. Okay, and then labels, security, I think. All right. Consider that for later, and then I'll just remove them from here. Delete. Delete. Then I can feel good about doing this. Yay! Yes, I know it's public. Jeez. All right, I did the plan today. Yay! That's exactly how you get the job done in the real world. You say, I'm as done as I want to be, so I will change the requirements of what done means. You can do that when you're the boss. Actually, when you're the boss and you have no customer yet. I'm actually getting to the point where maybe I do want to try something new. What if tomorrow I actually just did something completely different, like entity component system prototyping? Would that be fun? Delegate the task to someone else. Yeah, exactly. Twitch chat programs code. Yeah, let Twitch chat do it. Hey there, Benj Crawford. How are you doing? I think I'm going to be wrapping up soon because I'm still recovering from the flu. My throat is still sore. And yeah, I didn't even think I'd make it this far into the stream. Actually, I can do a little bit of non-programming stuff because I've been forgetting to do this. I wanted to go back and clean up these diagrams. So I have them in my doc folder here. They look like that, but here the XML is something that I can put into draw.io. I can work on that a little bit if you guys don't mind. Open existing diagram. Yeah, we'll work on this one. Oops, not the ping. XML. There we go. So, how do I show this bigger? All right, that big enough for you guys? Okay, there is no well-known. This is wrong. Let's just change this text completely. Client connects to any. Oops. To any Realm server. Client may be asked to connect to another server as part of load balancing. Yeah. I think it's, oh, actually, let's say in the front. Well, client discovers addresses, ports from a file. My idea was to fetch it from S3. Was to put wow, the formatting here is all weird now. Because did I have, how did that get all maybe I did that on purpose. I don't remember. Thanks for the follow, Legmender. Okay, so but I wanted to remove this extra one. I used to have 3 ports. Now there are only 2 on the each Realm server. I thought I needed to have something called the well-known port, but there's no real need to do that. Let's lock that there and remove. Whoops. Let me do this the correct way. And I'm not doing the correct way. I just suck. Okay. What's the deal with that line? It wants to go somewhere else? Oh, wait a minute. It's to remove waypoint, right? Actually, there we go. I wanted to lock there. Okay, good. Usually don't have so many issues with draw.io. Remove Is it not called waypoints? Clear waypoints. All right, and then I can move this down here to line him back up. There we go. He should be lined up with the others. Client connects to any Realm server's public port. The client discovers, I should say the client. Spelling. The client discovers addresses ports from a file fetched from S3. The client may be asked to connect to another server's part of load balancing. Okay. Okay, this is wrong completely now. Surely there's not much more to this diagram. Do I want to put something else in here like this is running C++ and this is running JavaScript, or yeah, maybe this diagram is just, I don't know what I want to do. I'll just save it for now. When you save, it is downloaded, and then export, it's also downloaded. Then I go to my recent downloads. You can see all the things I've been downloading. Eek! Anyway, I want these two, and then explore, paste, replace. There we go. And let's work on the other diagram. Open from. Oh, I don't remember this. Close. All right, open existing diagram. Here we go. This is the one. Let's work on this one. Okay, so this changed a bit. There are now two of these. I think just move that existing one. There's now a player's state. And this doesn't, I don't want to show this anymore. I don't know what this reconciler is going to do anymore. Well, hold on. I don't know if this is showing aggregation. I don't know if the executor is going to aggregate the entity control, the entity component system or not. One of them has to, or actually, I guess none of them have to. It could just be something that the main program creates. Then let me just remove that symbol then. No symbol there. I'm just going to reduce this to be ECS. And then remove all this other stuff, including, well, this line, that line there from method is going to be funneled back up. So this significantly improves this. This just goes back to here. And I need some more lines here. So let's move this one there. And move that to here. Okay, copy that line. And this line. Okay, I can describe what all this is while I'm when I'm done. Just a second. Let me fix this. This should be 2. Okay, so this is the architecture of the Realm server overall. So the coordinator, oh, I need to break that up, don't I? The coordinator's got 6 pieces in it now. One of them talks to the Raft implementation, which does the fault tolerance and state replication in terms of some object that holds a sequence of commands, and I call it, in my implementation, the journal. And the executor takes entries from the journal and executes them. So the only state right now that is in the journal and can be executed are configuration and player profile, the players table. So when you create a new account, change your email, change your password, or the number of servers changes, one of these objects will end up changing. And then through callbacks that the coordinator registers, it discovers when things change and it, responds to that. So what I plan to add soon, which I'll probably start prototyping tomorrow, is the entity component system. So this will be all of the game objects. And I don't know yet how state changes to the entity component system will travel through the journal. I have to figure that out, but I'll probably just start with building up the classes to represent components and systems in ECS. Oh, what I'm talking about now is not the DoS. I'm kind of done with that for the day. I'm just wrapping up and I just decided to clean this figure up and kind of chat a little bit about what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Yeah, this is the general infrastructure. This reconciler thing is a placeholder right now. What I intended for that to do was when the coordinator receives messages from clients that say, "Hey, I want to move my party 1 square to the north," the plan was to go to the reconciler, and the reconciler would inspect the entity component system to say, "Hey, where is that character's party? Where is that player's party? And can they move north, or are they going to hit a wall?" And then figure out what to actually tell the coordinator to append into the journal, or to give RAF to append into the journal. So that I think I'll have to design. This reconciler I'll have to design at the same time I do my ECS. So thanks for the follow, Apophis 30,001, much over 9,000. So yes, some of these lines are. I should probably put in words to describe what each of these associations are, right? And the reason there's a 2 there is because there is a public face and a private face to each server. Public face goes to clients, private face goes to other servers. Yeah. We want to put in the labels now. That one's okay. I guess I can do this. So there was like a weird way to put in the text position. Was it this? Yeah, this will do. WebSockets, I guess. I'll see you, Endorn. Yeah, I'm wrapping up anyway, so I'm just annotating this diagram, and then I'll chat a little bit about what I'm gonna do tomorrow and give links, and then I'll sign off. But what I want to say here, messages to from server, messages between servers, clients, or maybe just messages. And this, along this link, is all commands. Top. I guess we're going to have to move a little bit over to make room. Actually, I guess we didn't have to move. I could just change this position a little bit, right? Why is he... Okay. I guess there's a... Oh, there's a little point, anchor point. Got it. Okay. This one is callbacks. It's interesting it doesn't line it up with the position bottom. No. That kind of matches all these. What happens if I say callbacks here? And put him here. Position top there. Callbacks, the arrow, it's backwards. I don't know if that's going to be confusing or not, but essentially the coordinator sets callbacks on these 3 guys, and the callbacks happen in the reverse direction, obviously. And this one is requests. So requests to change any kind of state go down, and then they get turned back into commands. So message comes in, bounces down to as a request, comes back up as a command, and then here this is also a callback. Executor gets a callback when something is committed in the journal, and that's the signal to go and execute them. Why does that not want to put the anchor on the line? Anyway. And this is a set. Actually, I guess we can just say change. for both of these. Change and change, and this is also change. The executor, the executor is the vehicle of change. Bottom right, no. Left. This will be inspect. Possibly evaluate. If the ECS, if the systems are in charge of the rules, then the reconciler might just be triggering some systems to do their thing. And then this is, I guess we call it feedback. So if the systems in the ECS actually cause other things to change in the game, then there's feedback given to the coordinator to generate messages to go out elsewhere or go back in as requests. So there'll be some kind of feedback loop, I think. Not positive, but I think. So there, I've annotated it with some more words. Hopefully that gives people an idea of what things do. Let's save this. Save, which is really just download, and then export as ping, download. Open up my downloads, take them out, paste them here, replace, done. And two more things, right? I need to put that back into my OneNote here. It's gone. Let's bring it back. Actually, was that like that before? Did I do that on purpose? I think I did. Oh, this one had it side by side. Right, okay. There we go. There's the new diagram. Whoa. Thanks for the follow, Ephrius. Okay, so there's the updated diagram. It's a lot simpler. There's no main port. It talks about discovery through S3, which I haven't done yet, but I've been thinking about. And yeah, pretty simple. Okay, this one should look a lot nicer now. Now, why did I put it down there? Put it up here. Go up here. Go there. Get smaller. There we go. Okay. A little smaller, there's some overlap. Move it over. Okay, what do I need to update here? Update 2. Operate up to 2. Check client and game logic request to change game state. Yes. I don't think I need to say that. Well, yeah, I do. Reft has its own persistent state, which isn't drawn here. Okay, so we need to add players, which is profile information. Player usernames, passwords, email addresses, etc. And then ECS, entity component system, holds a snapshot of the game state as a hierarchy of entities, where each entity is composed of any number of components. Semicolon. A multitude of systems operates on these components to run the game. basically. Feeding back changes to the coordinator. Okay, I think it's good for today, I think. So let me close, just hide that. Looks good. I'm gonna check that in. See, I both put it in my OneNote and I check it in under a doc folder. So update system and realm server architecture drawings. I'm not gonna bother to say what changed. So yeah, I think tomorrow I'm not gonna do the real ECS, but I think I'm gonna dabble in a prototype ECS just to try to exercise my understanding so far of what is in an ECS, entity component system, and to try to possibly take. My intent is to code all the systems in Lua, so I need to pull in Lua into some kind of C++ component that can be plugged in with the executor and reconciler and all this stuff. But without plugging it in, I think I'll just play around tomorrow, just set something up with Lua in C++. Not sure exactly what I'll do. Maybe I'll just let it happen organically. So before tomorrow, I'll put that up in my notebook, which is all public. So you should see by the sometime tonight, the next 8 hours, there should be a 116 plan also in Trello. Oh, there was a question from Confusing Straw. Are there limitations on the number of open WebSocket connections the client can have? Yes, there is. Each WebSocket connection translates to a socket connection in the OS, which usually corresponds to a file handle and a port number. So in general, you're going to be limited to the number of... actually, it's not port number. It's the combination of source and destination port numbers. So it's whatever your OS's cap is on sockets is usually your WebSocket connection limit. It's going to be pretty high. Hey there, SlickVer1, you're no longer lurking. So yeah, I'd expect most OSs have a pretty high limit. We shouldn't have a problem having thousands, if not millions, of WebSocket connections open, because there's not much state in a WebSocket connection. Not really. Does the server prevent? That was something I'm considering. So I had that on the plan for today at first, but then I decided to move it off in the Trello over to here to limit the total number of connections from any given IP or any given player. I'm not sure yet, because I don't want people to be prevented from connecting from different devices at the same time. But I do see how it could be exploited. I probably will do this, and I'll probably keep it pretty severe, like you can only open like 5 or something. I know people like to dual box and stuff like that, so I don't want to prevent that. Or also, another reason actually to even have a higher limit is you could have a lot of connections behind a NAT, so it'll look like it's all coming from the same IP, but it's really just a bunch of different players. Oh, you can link. That's fine. Slow Loris attack? I can look that up too. What is a slow Loris attack? Yeah, I got to the same place. Tries to open many connections and hold them open. So the holding them open as long as possible, I've mitigated through today when I did the banning you if you don't ID yourself within a certain time frame. So right now, if you don't log in as a player within 3 seconds, you get disconnected and banned. So if I combine that with number of player connections simultaneous, perhaps not by IP but by player, then I think I effectively prevent this kind of attack. unless they like opened up thousands of distinct player accounts. And then it'd be kind of hard for me to distinguish, are they real players or not? I guess if I found that happening, I could go in and just manually blacklist that IP and ban all the players. So yeah, this is the kind of thing I'd like to prevent. So like, don't let them hold it open as long as possible. Require them to do something. Log in as a player, maybe do some activity. Actually, that's another thing. I should probably have an inactivity timeout, right? Inactivity timeout. Like they have in World of Warcraft and other games, right? You just get automatically logged out if you don't do anything in the game. The auth happens at several levels, actually. All of the public connections over HTTPS or WSS, really. So they have to use transport layer security. Once that's open, I have two ways to authenticate, either with a password or through a public private key challenge. So yeah, they'd have to, I'll be using the public private key thing, because that's how I want authentic. I want a higher level of security for that. For normal players, it'll be a password, so you'll just be authenticating as a certain player. So if I had this in there to limit the number of connections from any given player, then in order to have lots of connections, you'd have to have a lot of different player accounts. And thanks for the follow, Mike, by the way. WSS upgrade is allowed before they are authed. Yes, it is allowed before they're auth, but then I only give them 3 seconds after that to identify themselves. So that's what so the sequence of events is HTTP request is the first. Then they have to WS up. No, actually I had it wrong. TLS connection. Then there has to be an HTTP request, and then it has to upgrade as a WebSocket, and then they have to authenticate. And each of these has a timeout. I think TLS has a built-in timeout. Actually, I'm not sure about that. The WebSocket request timeout I have up here as a request timeout. The WS upgrade, it's also built into that request timeout. So it's really a subset of that. It has to be a request that does an upgrade. The authenticate is this public connection ID timeout. So yeah, 4 steps. Each should have a timeout so that you can't get stuck in any one state and just leave it there and attack me that way. I need to double check this one. Can you get stuck in a TLS connection and just linger there? Let me put that as a card. Detect stalled connection, still doing the TLS handshake. I just don't remember if I have a timeout there or not. Oh, where did that go? Oh. That shouldn't have gone there, should have gone here. Yeah, so I want to catch all of those things. I think I was at the end of a thought there, wasn't I? Oh, I was looking at the chat and your answer. Yeah, okay. So I hope I answered that well enough. And playing with scissors, what was the 3-second one? That was step 4. So it's sort of masked from you in the client, because when you're sitting at this prompt, you're actually not connected. The connection happens as soon as you either fill in a form here or fill in the form here. Then it makes a connection and then immediately authenticates, because the client knows it only has a small amount of time to actually authenticate. So the login and authenticate are handled in the code. Actually, let's show that. I haven't showed any of my React stuff today. You guys can ridicule me for how noob-ish it looks. So the login first calls connect, right? Well, it says logging in is true, and then once logging in is true is set, it calls connect, and then what connect does is it does the WebSocket connection, where once it's open, we call unconnected, and then once we're connected, immediately we say, are we registering or are we logging in? Either way, we have to authenticate. If we're registering a new account, it's that. If we're logging in, it's giving the password, and we might be giving a CAPTCHA. And so this should happen really quickly, so that I can have a pretty short, what did I call it? Public connection ID timeout. What's the use case for having the WebSocket upgrade happen before the auth? Well, this upgrade is built into the request. So I don't really have an opportunity. There's no, well, okay. I could build it into the WS request. I could build the authenticate into the upgrade as custom headers. I guess the problem I would have is for the public-private key exchange, I need the server to first provide a challenge. But I could build the, if for public clients, I could build the authenticate into that upgrade. That's a good idea, actually. Can I write that down and give you credit? I can say combine WS upgrade with auth. Idea came from confusing straw. There, I credited you for that idea. Passing a token, yeah. Oh, log in, get a token, and then make another connection? So for the problem is for my server, the way to log in is to get a WebSocket connection. But yeah, you gave me the idea that if I could make the password sent as somehow as a part of the upgrade request. Oh, what's the size of my ultra wide screen? It's what is that, 21:9 aspect ratio? So I'll give you an idea of how wide it goes. I'll drag this window until it hits the right edge. That's how wide it is. That's about how wide it is. So I got a little bit more room. If Twitch let me, I might consider streaming 21:9 aspect ratio. But I really only just use this ultra wide monitor because it helps my eyes out. So anyway, yeah, I'll look into that. I need to be careful about putting passwords in as HTTP headers, though. I mean, it's already under the TLS, transport layer. It's already secured, so it's okay to put passwords into that channel. But I don't know if headers can be cached and that sort of thing. I need to be careful. How many inches? I don't know. Didn't I have that under specs? Let's see. I wrote it down somewhere. LG ultra wide. Oh, right. I didn't know which LG I had. I wrote that down somewhere else, though. I think maybe I updated the specs afterwards. I guess I didn't write it down here. Well, if my off-stream one is 23.6, my ultrawide is an inch taller than that. So what would that be, roughly? If this is a diagonal measure, I don't know. Would that be 32 inches or something? It's decently big. It's not huge. It's not really huge. Decent. Multiple requests. A plain TLS request to log in. Get you a cookie. Okay. Then when they connect via WebSocket, the cookie will come along with the request. I see. Are you saying don't even run TLS on the WebSocket connection at all? Let me think about that. Or do TLS on both. You're just saying do the authentication before doing the WebSocket stuff. So what would be the point of having two different transactions then? You're trying to, or you're getting the authentication out of the way from the WebSocket. But the authentication itself would have to be a transaction anyway. Oh, just to make it less complicated. That by the time they upgrade, or in order to get a WebSocket at all, they have to authenticate it. That's a good idea, actually. So I don't have to worry about WebSockets that are, we don't know who they are. There, your name is definitely in that one. I like that idea. Very nice. This one would become a non-issue, yes. That is true. I like that. What if the connection drops before they send the ID frame? They can just try to connect again right now, but if we use Confusing Straw's idea, there would be no public connection ID timeout. But we'd have to be careful, only allow that token to be used once, right? Yeah, and it would be in the upgrade request, right? Yeah, I like that. Let me meditate on that. I'll probably do it. You think it would be safe to allow the token to be used more than once? I guess so, because it's already secured with TLS, right? So we could, that could actually be a way to remember your login, is to have the auth cookie be stored in your browser. Yeah, because I have to do that as well. Actually, I had that in. I needed to have that in here anyway. Do I not have that here and here? Persistent. Nope. Let me add it. So consider use auth cookie to enable persistent logins. So this is both an interface and a security. Yes. Well, actually, does it matter? Oh, right. You want if they have something that might be well, yeah, exactly hijacking, right? Actually, yeah, what stops password hijacking in the first place? I need to look this stuff up. I'm exposing my lack of expertise in security, asking these questions. Man in the middle text. Yes, we don't want that. Well, that's the whole point of using TLS. As long as I have a certificate which is signed correctly. Yes. I do plan to have that. I want the nice little check mark or the little green icon verified by someone, right? Yeah. No one's getting my private key that I use to sign my domains. And as long as I stick true to that, it should be safe. All right, folks, I hope you enjoyed today. I'm getting tired. Probably what I'll be working on tomorrow, again, is something completely different. I've been working on server-side stuff forever, and I have enough of the server now where I need to start getting a handle on what I want for the actual game logic and components. So it's going to be my first attempt to get into an entity component system, which will fit roughly in here into my server. Below the executor, sort of removed from the backend stuff, more in its own pocket of the server. So we'll probably be playing around with that tomorrow. But yeah, I don't mean to cut the conversation short, so keep going. But in the meantime, let me put out my social links. So my schedule Generally, it's from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, so which is why I'm sort of ending now. This is sort of the normal time. In the meantime, I have a Discord channel. I like to have a plan the night before. So, how come this is not... oh, because I'm in here. Under this log, you'll see a stream 116 show up sometime tonight, and in my Discord, I'll have an announcement channel. Like 10, 15 minutes before I stream, I try to post there to say what I'm going to do. So if it's something you want to see, then please come back. And while we are discussing those little topics in the meanwhile... oh, sorry about that. I'm going to go see who's still streaming that we can go raid. I like to raid people these days. I don't know if people prefer hosting or raiding, but... oh, look, Irish John is going. Irish John is a friend of the channel. As long as he's actually doing something. Oh, he is. And now I'm seeing an ad. Hold on, let me wait for the ad to finish. I can see what he's doing. Let me link him in the meantime. Thanks for the follow, guys. Follows, I should say. As long as he's still working on something, we're going to raid Irish John Gaming, because he has raided us a bunch of times. And he is working, so this is great opportunity. He's working on a Unity-based pirate PvP battle game, so interesting stuff. He's working on a lot of graphical, visual, audio assets. And hopefully his game's back together. He had a hard drive crash a while ago, and he had to do an bunch of extra work recovering things. But hopefully he's back and up and running, and let's go say hi to him, all right? So hopefully you enjoyed, and see you tomorrow. Hopefully my voice will be 100%, and we'll be playing around with Entity Component System tomorrow. As always, folks, thank you for joining. Thank you for your support. I will see you tomorrow.